It's the first time that had been done.
It wasn't as good then. Is it? What are the capabilities now? Because now they can do some pretty extraordinary things.
Yeah, it's still not up to what humans can do, but it's getting there, and it's actually it's pleasant to listen to. We still have a while to do art, with art, music, so on.
Well, one of the main arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that what essentially they're doing is they're, like you could say, draw a paint or create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta, for instance. And what it would be they would take all of Frazetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documented on the internet, and then you create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, in one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art.
Right, but it's not quite as good. It will be as good. I think we'll match human experience by 2029. That's been my idea. It's not as good.
Which is the best image generator right now, Jamie?
They've really changed almost from day to day right now, but like Midjourney was the most popular one at first, and then Dolly, I think, is a really good one too.
Midjourney is incredibly impressive graphics. I've seen some of the Midjourney stuff. It's mind blowing.
Still not quite as good.
Not as good, but boys, it's so much better than it was 5 years ago. That's what's scary.
Yeah,
it's so quick.
I mean, it's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point. Okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better.
And what would that look like? If it can get to a certain point, it will far exceed what human creativity is capable of.
Yes, I mean, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human. It's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do. If it's playing a game like Go, it's going to play it better than any human.
Right. Well, that's already been proven. They have invented moves. Yeah. AI has invented moves that have now been implemented by humans.
Right.
In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be able to beat because it requires so much creativity.
Right. Art, though, we're not quite there, but we will be there. And by 2029, it will match any person.
That's it? 2029? That's just a few years away.
Well, I'm actually considered conservative. People think that will happen like next year, the year after. I actually said that in 1999. I said we would match any person by 2029 for 30 years. People thought that was totally crazy. And in fact, Stanford had a conference. They invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. People came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2029. They thought it would take 100 years.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I think people are amending those. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly right. In fact, still economists have a linear view. And if you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially, they say, yeah, but maybe 2% a year. It actually doubles in 14 years. And I brought a chart I can show you.
Okay.
That really illustrates this.
Is this chart available online so you can show people?
Yeah, it's in the book.
But is it available online, that chart, where Jamie can pull it up and someone can see it? Just so the folks watching the podcast can see it too. Or I can just hold it up to the camera. It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2023. You have it. Okay, great. Jamie already has it. Yeah, this decline is insane. It's like San Juan Mountain.
What's interesting is that it's an exponential curve, and a straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years.
Mm-hmm.
At the very first point, this is the speed of computers. It was 0.001 0.00007 calculations per second per constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So there's a 20 quadrillion fold increase in those 80 years. But the speed with which it gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend. It would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology used. And the technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge and saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, and people would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last stop like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology, and computation is certainly a prime form of technology, increases at the same speed. And this goes through war and peace. You might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell whether there's war or peace or anything else on here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And it's also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We now are getting about 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because of the implementation of solar panels and the like.
Yeah.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of, because what I had understood was that there was a bottleneck in the technology as far as how much you could extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. And if you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person who told me that was Elon. And Elon was telling me that this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar-powered electric car, because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. He said there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
35 years ago. And 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use?
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in the storage of electricity.
Right. Battery technology.
So you don't have to get it all from a solar panel that fits in a car.
The concept was, like, could you make a solar paneled car, a car that has solar panels on the roof? And would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed to doubt that. He thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you can get from the sun, period, how much it gives out, and how much those solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in a car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on solar power. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, especially if you have a roof. Like Tesla has those solar panel roofs now.
But you can also store the energy
Right.
for a car. I mean, we're going to go to all renewable energy, wind and sun, within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years? So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants and coal power plants? All these things?
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. You can get it all from the sun and wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you'd be able to power Los Angeles with sun and wind?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of timeline.
Well, that's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also of the grid? Because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of million, if everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, let's say that, just the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on that as well.
Are we? Yeah?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. I had this impression that there was a problem with that, and especially in Los Angeles. They've actually asked people at certain times when it's hot out to not charge your
They're
car.
not looking at the future.
Mm-hmm.
It's true now, but it's growing exponentially.
In every field of technology, then, essentially.
Yeah.
Is the bottleneck a battery technology, and how close are they to solving some of these problems of like conflict minerals and the things that we need in order to power these batteries?
Our ability to store energy is also growing exponentially. So putting all that together, we'll be able to power everything we need within 10 years.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a limited idea.
Imagine that computation would grow like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's just continuing to do that. And so we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
Right.
And we had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work very well. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of exponential growth.
We had Sam Altman on. One of the things that he and I were talking about was that AI figured out a way to lie. That they used AI to go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but it used it to bypass, are you a robot?
What we don't know now is for large language models to say they don't know something. So you ask it a question, and if the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer. So it'll look at everything and give you its best answer. And if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer. But that's considered a hallucination. And we know
hallucination.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Really?
So
AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have to
so
be able
far,
to answer things.
we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something and say, I don't know that. Right now, it can't do that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So it gives you some answer, and if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell it an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. And it has to, we have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It would be actually better if it could actually answer, well, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like, in particular, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, if there's a certain amount of, vast amount of the universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it would just come up with an answer.
Right, it'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. But that would be a real problem if someone was counting on the AI to have a solution for something too soon, right?
Right, they don't know everything. Search engines actually know pretty well vetted, and if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curated.
But large language models don't have that capability. So it'd be good actually if they knew that they were wrong. And they'd also tell us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies?
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
And people have ideologies, some of which are not correct. And that's a large way in which it will make things up, because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, if somebody has access to a good search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. Because search engines are generally much more accurate.
General. Right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and the computer relies on that ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it'll be agnostic to ideology? That it'll be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually.
Eventually.
But we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct, and will be as influenced by as people are. Let's still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. This is large amounts of large language models, which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data and storage?
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using them now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might that might work. It was actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well, because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. That was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead to a person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body?
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right.
And
then come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something?
That's one of the things you would look at.
And then efficacy based on age.
But that
health.
But that could be done literally in a matter of days rather than years.
Right. But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does that get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that could be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue, to be able to do it correctly.
So there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But right now we actually test it with people, and that took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it and the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? Like what kind of revolutionary changes on society would this have?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year, and you use up a year of your longevity. You're then a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be static.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but you'll, in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age, lengthening of the telomeres, changing the elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you could have a 10-year-old and you can compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow. So
sure.
But
overall, there would be an expansion of the
exactly
that most people die.
And that's something that we're going to get. And that's also using the same type of logic as large language models, but that's not language. You're actually creating medications. So we should call them large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine that you're on. Are you still
I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on.
Peptides?
Yes, peptides.
Mm-hmm.
So far it works.
Have you ever gone off of it, see what you feel like normally? Why do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work, and there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, you stay static, and then eventually get back to youthfulness.
Right, and it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think we'll get there by 2029. And not everybody's diligent. So.
Correct, of course. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things, make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. I mean, right now you have a brain, and it has different modules in it that deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you gotta kind of mess with it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking,
Mm-hmm.
and it says, "Oh, the name of that actress is so and so."
Yeah, but then it's a busybody. It's like interfering with your life, talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that too,
You shut it off.
but we don't. So we haven't done that yet, but that's a way of expanding your connections. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. They'll be at 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually it'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. In fact, we are humans, and we don't object to that.
We used to be shrooms.
And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually, we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great. It'd be great to be smarter. But
Right, but people object to that because it's like competition.
in what way?
Well, I mean, Google has, I don't know, 60, 70,000 programmers, and how many programmers exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because large language models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, but how long is that going to be?
Right.
It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence, and we're merging with these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we had more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetimes for sure has been the internet. And this will make that look like nothing. It'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology. Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something, if I take that leaf from a tree, I could create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like the whale, dolphin. dolphins, elephants, they have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb.
Right.
Monkey has a thing that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down. It doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool.
Mm.
So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's that much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent, and that's a good thing. I mean, here's here's the U.S. personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And
There
it's
it is
just,
right here. It's on the screen.
it
So we
just
make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
no, this is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah. So this does not show you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average. So if you
Right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise of cost of things.
no, it is taking.
It is.
It is taking.
Oh, it is. Okay.
So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism, like just about material possessions. I wonder if like how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things. But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new things.
But if you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy.
Oh yeah,
Because you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have a computer, for example.
you wouldn't have anything. You'd have most things you've grown accustomed to.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
unless that's why you want.
Also, we didn't live very long.
Right, medical advancements.
For average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
Right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
That takes into account child mortality too, though, right? But it's also injuries, death. Some people did live long. Like there was people that lived back then. If nothing happened to them, did live to be a long person. But
That was actually very rare.
because most things happen to people. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you've had at least one hospital visit. Something's gone wrong. Broken arm, broken this, broken that.
It was very rare to make it to 80.
Right.
200 years ago.
Right, but the human body was physically capable of doing it. Right.
Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
Well, that's the groundbreaking work today, right? They're treating disease, or excuse me, age as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of being alive.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but they're actually beginning to accept it now.
As long as they get older.
Yeah, exactly.
They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? Because the Terminator films and things along those lines. Like, how far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans? Or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
All of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. So we're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately, that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away. people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial. The Luddites started 200 years ago because the cotton gin came out, and all these people that were making money with the cotton gin were against it. They would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using the cotton gin to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics, for example. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? You couldn't answer it because we didn't understand
Right.
the internet,
Right.
for example.
And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to have a similar impact.
Exactly. And they're going to
We can't
extend,
predict.
they're going to extend life, for example.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, that's an interesting question. What do you mean by create life?
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we are creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing, and that all of our instincts and ego and emotions and all these things feed into it. Materialism feeds into it. We keep buying and keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially, and eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence and a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what it's capable of doing, and capable of traveling anywhere, and not having any biological limitations in terms of...
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
with an integration of technology.
Yeah.
If we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction that you have, that we will go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines. That,
Right, so I don't see this competition, like the things are going to...
No, I don't think it's competition. I think it's
Well, it
just,
will seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
right.
and suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model, it's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry,
Yeah.
who owns, he was building an $800 million television studio, and he stopped production. When he saw, what is it called, Sora? Is that what it's called, Jamie?
Yeah.
He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies.
Yeah.
There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street of Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing, and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, you're like, this is insane. This looks like a film. See if you can find that film, because it's incredible.
But would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
That capability?
No, I don't want to get rid of the capability.
Right, but people do
Well,
want to get rid of it.
people that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes, and this is what you get.
That's
I mean,
gonna become
this is
better than that.
insanely good. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, a robot's life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids' movies and things almost like that.
Yeah, and it's going to get better.
Yeah. It's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
So right there, the smoke looks a little uniform. But, yeah,
I mean, there's some problems with this, but
not much.
yeah,
And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from
yes,
now.
absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT. But my kids tell me that's a real problem in school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. So what it is?
Well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So,
Yeah.
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right. It'll keep going, and it will also be able to make better versions of itself. Correct.
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at a god.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years. I mean,
So you're looking at a god in 50 years?
less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans,
Yes.
and that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
Right.
computation speeds
And also medications
for us.
for humans, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better just download yourself into this beautiful electronic body? Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
So do you think that we'll be able to?
I mean, we'll be able to create. I mean, the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, and that's 2045. So that's not that long from now. That's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. So that also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, I mean, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in a river and we can't capture it anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case with consciousness?
That's going to be the case of our normal biological body as well.
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of himself? Like, if you can back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray is talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence and being able to multiply Donald Trump, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just create a medication and sell it to people that cures its disease.
Right.
You have tremendous amount of regulation.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you had the money, you could make as many copies of that as you wanted.
Yeah. There are some regulations. We regulate everything, but
Yeah.
But you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation.
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronics.
Yes. I mean, certainly if we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, everything of that additional millionfold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what will be the first versions, and what would they provide?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. I mean, if you look at what they can do.
I mean, I'm talking about physical integration with the human body, like a Neuralink type thing.
Right. Some people feel that we could actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain with something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head?
Yeah. It's not clear to me that if that's feasible or not. I've been assuming that you have to actually go in. Now, Neuralink isn't exactly what we want because it's too slow. And it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like, if I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They can think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, and they're doing that, right? They had the first patient that was, yeah. And apparently that person can move a cursor around on a screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything. It's fairly slow, though. Mm-hmm. And Neuralink is slow. And if you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it at a much faster pace.
But isn't that going to increase exponentially as well?
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it'll be before it's implemented?
Well, it's got to be by 2045. Because that's when the singularity exists, and we can actually multiply our intelligence on the order of a millionfold.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
Because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in the ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence a millionfold, and we'll be able to put that inside of our brain. It would be just like it's in part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable.
Right.
Does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human?
Right.
It's hard to know what people would say, but generally that's a positive thing.
Generally, yeah.
And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to be that much smarter.
What do you
and once we're there, is someone going to say, "Nah, I don't really like this. I want to be stupid like human beings used to be"? Nobody's really going to say that. Do human beings now say, "Gee, I'm really too smart. I'd really would like to be like a mouse"?
Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive and it's too much a part of my life, and I'd like to sort of have a bit of an electronic vacation and separate from it. And there's a lot of people that I know that have gone to...
But nobody does that. I mean, nobody becomes stupid like we used to be when we were mice.
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people just like being a human the way humans are now. Because one of the complications that comes with the integration of technology is what we're seeing now with people. massive increases in anxiety from social media use, being manipulated by algorithms, the effect that it has on culture, misinformation and disinformation, propaganda. There's so many different factors that are at play now that make people more anxious and more depressed statistically than ever.
I'm not sure we had more anxiety
You're not sure.
today than we used to have.
Well, we certainly had more when the Mongols were invading. We certainly had more anxiety. We were worried constantly about war. But I think people have a pretty heightened level of
take war.
social
I mean,
anxiety.
80 years ago, we had 100 million people die in Europe and Asia from World War II. We're very concerned about wars today, and they're terrible. But we're not losing millions of people.
Right, but we could. We most certainly could. With what's going on with Israel and Gaza, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia,
But
it can just easily escalate
But
with,
it's thousands of people. It's not millions of people.
for now. Yeah, but if it escalates to a hot war where it's involving the entire world.
What would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not really artificial intelligence. It was invented when I was a child, just atomic weapons.
Right.
I remember when I was like 5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war.
Yeah, drills.
And actually, it seemed to work. We're still here, so
Do you remember those things they tell kids to get under the desk?
yes, that's right. We went under the desk,
Which is hilarious, as if a desk is going to protect you from a nuclear bomb.
right, but that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem. Say if you have AI running your military and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And it just implements it with no morals, no thought of any sort of diplomacy or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet
Yes.
because we do have people in charge, and the people are enhanced with AI, and AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, if it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other one doesn't, how much of a significant advantage would that be?
I mean, I do think there are problems. Basically, there's problems with intelligence, and we'd like to say stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to have
Overall,
intelligence.
sure, right. But my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Who's at the lead? And how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of a government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and the ethics of that government. What's the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on a way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model or how to create the type of chips that would enable you to create this is actually pretty widespread.
Mm-hmm. So do you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently? Yeah. And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where they're stealing information and sharing information and selling information.
And in terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places.
Well, that's good for us.
I mean, we're actually way ahead of China, I would say.
Right, but China has a way of figuring out what we're doing and copying it. Pretty good at that.
They have been, yeah.
Yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem, is before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does, and who hasn't? And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people from getting it? Can you program it to make sure, can you sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places? Could you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First.
If that's what your goal is, then yes, you could do that.
Are you worried about that at all? Do you,
Yes, I worry about it.
What is your main worry when you worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence? What's your main worry?
I mean, I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities get into control.
Right.
And that could happen. You've got a chapter in the book about perils that are like what we're talking about.
And what do you think that could look like if the wrong people got a hold of this technology?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, it's some of the worst people in the world.
Right.
And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that we're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say 0.
Right.
But it actually has happened.
Shocking.
Yeah. And I think there's actually some message there.
Mutual assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence...
But that has not happened.
Right. It has not happened yet. But would artificial general intelligence in the control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing things? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with those weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it because no one else had it, if artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. And you possibly, my concern is that whoever gets it could possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world.
Right. So that's, if you ask me what I'm concerned about, it's along those lines.
Along those lines. Yeah, that's what I always want to get out of you guys, because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost and what are we signing up for?
Right. But I mean, if we want to, for example, live indefinitely, this is what we need to do. We can't do.
What if you're denying yourself heaven? You ever thought of that possibility? I know that's a ridiculous abstract concept, but if heaven is real, if the idea of the afterlife is real, and it's the next level of existence, and you're constantly going through these cycles of life, what if you're stepping in and artificially denying that?
It's hard to imagine.
It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is black holes.
My father died when I was 22, so it's more than 50, 60 years ago. And it's hard. And he was actually a great musician, and he created fantastic music. But he hasn't done that since he died. And there's nothing that exists that is at all creative based on him. We have his memories. Actually created a large language model that represented him. I can actually talk to him.
Do you do that now?
Yeah, it's in the book.
When you do that, have you thought about implementing some sort of a Sora type deal where you're talking to him?
Well, you can do that now with language.
Right, but I mean
But
physically, like looking at him like you're on a Zoom call with him.
That's a little bit in the future to be able to actually capture the way he looks. But that's also feasible.
It seems pretty feasible.
Yeah.
And certainly it could be something representative of what he looks based on photographs that you have, right?
So things like that is a reason to continue so that we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. You talk to people and they say, well, I don't really want to live past 90 or whatever, 100. But in my mind, if you don't exist, there's nothing for you to experience.
That's true. In this dimension. My thought on that, people saying that I don't want to live past 90. It's like, okay, are you alive now? Do you like being alive now? What's the difference between now and 90? Is it just a number, or is it the deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly, and we've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives if they are experiencing something that's miserable.
Right.
If they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. People say, I don't want to live past 100. But then when they get to be, 99.9, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering.
That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing Great Depression, what is causing anxiety, what is causing a lot of these schizophrenic people.
And we definitely had that before. We didn't have the terms. We didn't understand schizophrenia.
Right.
People definitely had it.
For sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on.
That's why we're continuing.
Right. I was saying that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about
profoundly.
Think about how many people do take their lives and with this technology would not just live happily, but also be productive and also contribute to whatever society is doing.
That's why we're carrying on with this.
Yes.
But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems that you've articulated.
Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way the people that are creating it. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing that are that profit. And then we do horrible things and somehow justify it.
I mean, I think democracy is actually an important issue here because democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other. And, I mean, you look at the way we're handling military technology. If everybody was a democracy, I think there'd be much less war.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy, it's not controlled by money.
Right.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy, it's not controlled by the military-industrial complex or the pharmaceutical industry or whoever puts the people that are in elected places, who puts them in there? How do they get funded?
Well,
And what do they represent once they get in there? Are they there for the will of the people? They're there for their own career? Do they bypass the safety and the future of the people for their own personal gain, which we've seen politicians do? There's certain problems with every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology may be able to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings are capable of. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings and mitigate them. I've joked around about this, but if we came up with something that would elevate dopamine just 300% worldwide, there would be no more war. It'd be over. Everybody would be loving everybody. We'd be interacting with each other.
Well, that's the point of doing this.
But there would also be no sad songs.
Well,
you need some blues in your life. You need a little bit of that too. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our monkey minds. And that one day we'll surpass that and get to this point of enlightenment. Enlightenment seems possible without technological innovation, but maybe not. I've never really met a truly enlightened person. I've met some people that are pretty close. But if you could get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts become erased.
Just for starters, if you could actually live longer, quite aside from the motivations of people, most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our bodies just won't last that long.
Right.
And a lot of people say, I don't want to live longer, which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear and not be able to have any kind of experience?
Well, I think some people don't think you're disappearing. There is a long-held thought in many cultures that this life is but one step, and that there is an afterlife. And maybe that exists to comfort us because we deal with existential angst and the reality of our own inevitable demise. Or maybe it's a function of consciousness being something that we don't truly understand. And what you are is a soul contained in a body. And that we have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and of the existence of everything.
Yeah. Well, I guess that makes sense. But I don't really accept it.
There's no evidence, right?
Yeah.
Right. But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it? Or is it just because it doesn't exist? That's the real question. It's like, is this it? Is this everything? Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage by interfering with the process of life and death?
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't really see the evidence for that.
I could see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept that is not. Look, just when you start talking to string theorists and they start talking about things existing and not existing at the same time, or particles in superposition, you're talking about magic. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of an atom. What was that? What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous, but it's all real, and we only have a limited grasp of understanding of what this is really all about and what processes are really in place.
Right, but if you look at people's perspective, if somebody gets disease, and it's kind of known they can only live like another 6 months, people are not happy with that.
No. Well, they're scared. They're scared to die. It's a natural human instinct. It's what kept us alive for all these hundreds of millions of years.
Yes, but very few people would be happy with that. And if you then had something, we have this new device, you could take this and you won't die.
Right.
Almost everybody would do that.
Sure. But would they appreciate life if they knew it had no end? Would it be the same thing? Or would it be like a lottery winner, just goes nuts and spends all their money and loses their marbles because they can't believe they can't die?
Well, first of all, it's not guaranteed to live forever.
Sure, you can get in an accident. Something can happen to you, you get injured. But if we get to a point where you have automated cars that significantly reduce the amount of automobile accidents.
Well, also, we can back up everything in our physical body as well as.
How far away are we from that? That idea? I mean, we don't really truly understand what consciousness is, correct?
Right.
So how would we be able to manipulate it or duplicate it to the point where you're putting it inside of some kind of a computation device?
Well, we know to be able to create computation that matches what our brain does. That's what we're doing with these large language models.
Right.
And we're actually very close now to what our brain can do with these large language models, and we'll be there like within a year. And we can back up the electronic version, and we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally does. So we'll be able to actually back that up as well. We'll be able to detect what it is and back that up as just like our computers.
So we'll create it in the form of an artificial version of everything that it is to be a human being.
Right. Exactly.
In terms of emotions, love, and excitement.
And that's going to happen over the next 20 years. It's not 1,000 years.
But will that be a person? I mean, or will it be some sort of a zombie? Like what motivations will it have? If you can take human consciousness and duplicate it, much like you could duplicate your phone, and you make this new thing, what does that thing feel like? Does that thing live in hell? Like, what is that experience like for that
what
thing?
about large language models? Do they really exist? Can they actually? I mean, they can talk.
They certainly do, but would you want to be one?
Are we different than that?
Yeah, we're people. We shake hands. I give you a hug. Pet my dog. You listen to music. You'll
be able to do all of that as well.
Right, but will you want to? Will you even care? The thing is, like, a lot of what gives us joy in life is biological motivations. There's human reward systems that are put in place that allow us
It's
to.
a big part of who we are.
Right.
We're just like a person, and we'll also have our physical body as well. And that'll also be able to be backed up. And we'll be doing the things that we do now, except we'll be able to have them continue.
So if you get hit by a car and you die, there's another ray that just pops up. Oh, we got the backup ray. And the backup ray will have no feelings at all about having it died and come back to life.
Well, that's a question.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't it be just like Ray is now?
Why wouldn't it? If we get to if we figure out that if biological life is essentially a kind of technology that the universe has created, and we can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, we get it, we've optimized it, and then replicate it, physically replicate it, not just replicate it in form of in a computer, but an actual physical being.
Right. Well, that's where we're headed.
Do you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because if you decide, I don't like being 5'6", I wish I was 6'6". I don't like being a woman. I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person. I want to be.
We're not going to be limited by those kinds of
Right.
happenstance.
Which is going to be very strange. Like, what will human beings look like if you give people the ability to manipulate your physical form?
Well, we do things now that were impossible even 10 years ago.
We certainly do, but we don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of the radical increase in just your intelligence. What is that going to look like? What kind of an interaction does that mean to have a completely new form? You're taller, stronger, smarter, faster. You're basically not really human. You're a new thing.
to expanding who we are, already expanded who we are,
Sure. Right. Over a course of hundreds of thousands of years,
Well,
we've gone from being Australopithecus to what we are now.
That has to do with the pace at which we make changes.
Right.
We can make changes now much more quickly than we could, 100,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Right. But if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, we're going to have 6-armed people that can fly? Like, what is it going to look like?
Well, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I'm discriminating against 6-armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow myself to get prejudiced to.
Okay.
No, I'm just curious as to how much time you've spent.
7-armed people would be okay.
Yeah, 7-armed people is cool because, being 5 on one side, 2 on the other. I'm just curious as to how much time you've spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as, it's going to be Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil as a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. I think it's probably going to be, you're going to be all kinds of different things. You can be kind of whatever you want. You can be a bird. What's to stop? If we can get to manipulate the physical form and we can take consciousness and put it into a physical
But
form.
that's a description, I think, of something that's positive, not negative.
You'd be a giant eagle.
Negative is people that want to destroy things, getting power.
Sure.
And that is a problem.
Well, it's certainly improvement in terms of the
But having
viability.
seven arms and being like an eagle and so on. And you can also change that.
Right.
I think that's a positive aspect. And we will be able to do that kind of thing.
Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative. But it's also going to be insanely strange. It's not going to be as simple as there'll be people that are living in 2069.
It's strange once it's first reported. If it's been reported now for 5 years and people are constantly doing it, you won't find it that strange.
It'll just be life.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm asking. When you think about the implementation of this technology to its fullest, what does the world look like? What does the world look like in 2069?
I mean, the kind of things that you can imagine right now, we'll be able to do. It might seem strange when it first happens, but when it happens for the millionth time, it won't seem that strange. Maybe you like being an eagle for a few minutes.
Well, it's certainly interesting. It's certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time you spent thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential growth of technology that would exist if we do make it to 2069.
Well, I did write a book, Danielle, and this young girl has fantastic capabilities. No one really can figure out how she does this. She actually takes over China at age 15, and she brings about, she makes it a democracy, and then she actually becomes president of the United States at 19. She has, of course, created a constitutional amendment that at least she can become president at 19.
It sounds like what a dictator would do.
Right, but unlike a dictator, she's very popular, and she writes very good music.
And this is one artificial intelligence creature.
Yeah.
And how was she created?
It never says that she gets these capabilities through AI. I didn't want to spell that out, but that it would be the only way that she could do this.
Right. Unless it's some insane freak of genetics.
And she's like a very positive person. She's very popular.
Yeah, but she's the only one that has that.
Yeah.
Right? She doesn't give it to everybody. Which is where it gets really weird. You have a cell phone, I have a cell phone. Pretty much everybody has a cell phone. What happens when everybody gets the kind of technology we're discussing?
Well, it shows you the benefit that she has it. And if everybody gets it, that would be even more positive.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, that's the best way of looking at it, that we become a completely altruistic, positive, beneficial to each other society of
That is
integrated minds.
a benefit. If you have more intelligence, you'd be more likely to do this.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. That's the benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we live longer, and we're also smarter to making more rational decisions towards each other.
So overall, when you're looking at this, you just don't concentrate really on the negative possibilities.
Well, no, I do focus on that as well.
But you think overall it's net positive?
Yes, it's called intelligence. If you have more intelligence, we'll be doing things that are more beneficial to ourselves and other people.
Do you think that the experiences that we're having right now?
Like right now, we have much less crime than we did 50 years ago. Now, if you listen to people debating presidential politics, they'll say crime is worse than it's ever. But if you look at the actual statistics, it's gone way down. And if you actually go back like a few hundred years, crime and murder and so on was far, far higher than it is today. It's actually pretty rare. So the kind of additional intelligence that we've created is actually good for people if you look at the actual data.
Sure. If you look at Stephen Pinker's work, right, scale it from hundreds plus years ago to today, we're generally always seem to be moving in a better direction.
Right. Well, Pinker didn't credit this to technology. He just looks at the data and says it's gotten better. What I try to do in the current book is to show how it's related to technology, and as we have more technology, we're actually moving in this direction.
So you feel it's a function of technology that we're moving in this direction?
Absolutely. That's why. Look at the technology. In 80 years, we've multiplied the amount of computation 20 quadrillion times. So we have things that didn't exist 2 years ago.
Right. When you think about the idea of life on Earth and that this is happening and that we are on this journey to 2045 to the singularity, do you consider whether or not this is happening elsewhere in the universe or whether it's already happened?
Yeah, we see no evidence that there's any form of life, let alone intelligent life, anywhere else. They say, well, we're not in touch with these other people. It is possible, but it seems, given the exponential impact of this type of technology, we would be spaced out based on over a large period of time. So some people that might be ahead of us could be ahead of us certainly thousands of years, even millions of years. So they'd be like way ahead of us, and they'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide engineering?
Well, maybe we don't have the capability to actually see it.
Yes, it's
the
possible.
universe is, what's the 13.7 billion years old or whatever it is?
But even incidental capabilities would affect galaxies. We would see that somehow.
Would we, if we were at the peak? If there is intelligent life in the universe, some form of that intelligent life has to be the most advanced. And what if we are underestimating our position in the universe? That we are.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But maybe there's something that's like 10 years.
Maybe
there's an industrial age.
I think there's a good argument that we are ahead of
observing the goings on of a planet 5,000 light years away. We can't see into their atmosphere. We can't look at high resolution video of activity on that
Yeah, but
planet.
if they were doing galaxy-wide engineering, I think we would notice that.
If they were more advanced than us, maybe we would. But
Yeah.
what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if we're at the peak and this is
I think it's an argument that we are at the peak.
what if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and then that becomes the primary form of life and it doesn't have the desire to do anything in terms of galactic engineering?
But even just incidental things would affect whole galaxies.
Like what things? Like we're doing? Are we affecting the whole galaxy?
No, not yet.
Right, but what if it's like us, but it gets to the point where it becomes artificial intelligence and then it doesn't have emotions, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have ambitions. So why would it decide to expand?
Well, why would it not have those things?
Well, you'd have to program it into it, but it would probably decide that that's foolish and that those things have caused all these problems. All the problems in human race. What's our number one issue? War. What is war caused by? It's caused by ideologies. It's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence.
War is not the primary thing that we are motivated by.
It's not the primary thing we're motivated by, but it's existed in every single step of the way of human existence.
But it's actually getting better. I mean, just look at the effect of war.
Sure.
I mean, we have a couple of wars going on now. They're not killing millions of people like they used to.
Right. My point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is it's fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve.
The emotion is positive. I mean, music and
to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creations, creativity, all these different things, why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of galaxy-wide engineering? Why would it want to?
Because it's based on us.
It is based on us until it decides it's not based on us anymore. That's my point. If it realized that, if we're based on a very violent chimpanzee, and we say, you know what, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that really are a problem. And this is what's causing all of our violence, all of our crime, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our ambition?
Moving away from that.
We are moving away from that, but that's just natural, right? That's natural with our understanding and our mitigations of these social problems.
So if we expand that even more, we'll be even more in that direction.
As long as we're still weak. But as soon as you become something different, why would it even have the desire to expand? If it was infinitely intelligent, why would it even want to physically go anywhere? Why would it want to? What's the reason for our motivation to expand? What is it? It's human. So the same humans that were tribal creatures that roamed, the same humans that stole resources from neighboring villages. This is our genes, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence that's far superior to us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence, the first thing it's going to engineer out is all these stupid emotions that get us in trouble.
Well,
if it just can create happiness and joy from programming, why would it create happiness and joy through the acquisition of other people's creativity, art, music, all those things? And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel? Why would it want to go anywhere?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting philosophical problem.
Right. It is a problem because a lot of what we are and the things that we create is because of all these flaws that you would say. If you were programming us, you'd say, well, what is the cause of all these issues that plague the human race?
Say that they're flaws.
Murder's a flaw. Isn't it a flaw?
But that's way down.
Right. But it's
technology moves ahead.
If it happens to you, it's a flaw. And if crime is a flaw. All these theft is a fraud. Those are flaws. If we could engineer those out, what would be the way that we do it? Well, one of the things we do, we get rid of what it is to be a person. Because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people, right?
You're taking a step there. That our ability to feel emotion and so on is a flaw.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's the root of these flaws. That greed and envy and lust and anger are the root.
I'd like to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to the bathroom. We'll come back. We'll talk about flaws. And we're back.
Provide an answer to that. I mean, as I think about myself now, it's when I have emotions that are positive emotions, like really getting off on a song or a picture or some new art form that didn't exist in the past. That's positive. That's what I live for. Relating to another person in a way that's intimate. And, so, I mean, the idea, if we're actually more intelligent, we'd not to get rid of that, to actually enjoy that to a greater extent.
Hopefully. But what I'm saying is that,
yes, the things that can go wrong, it might lead us in an incorrect direction.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally all over the globe, what keeps us from these things?
But we're actually doing that more than we used to do.
Sure, but also not. We're also like massive inequality. You've got people in the Congo mining cobalt with sticks that powers your cell phones. There's a lot of real problems with society today.
Right, but there used to be even more of that.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of that, though. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime and all the problems with human beings, a lot of it has to do with these biological instincts, these instincts to control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors.
That's because we haven't gotten there yet.
Right. But when we get there, you think we will be a better version of a human being, and we will be able to experience all the good, the positive aspects of being a human being, the art, the creativity, and all these different
I
things.
hope so, and actually, if you look at what human beings have done already, we're moving in that direction.
Right.
May not seem that way.
No, it does seem that way to me. It does overall, but it's also like, if you look at a graph of temperatures, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. It's moving in a general direction. We are moving in a generally positive direction.
Why do we want to continue moving in this same direction?
Yeah, I don't think that
it's not a guarantee. I mean, you can describe things that would be horrible, and it's feasible.
Yeah. It could be the end of the human race, right? Or it could be the beginning of the next race, of this new thing.
Well, I mean, when I was born, we created nuclear weapons, and people were concerned. And very soon we had hydrogen weapons, and we have enough hydrogen weapons to wipe out all humanity. We still have that.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't exist like 100 years ago. It did exist 80 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is something that concerns me. And you could do the same thing with artificial intelligence. It could also create.
So I just don't understand. We're trying to figure out the best way to approach it, right?
What I'm getting at is like, what do you think life looks like if it's engineered? What do you think you?
I was surprised it was a little bit changed, right? And then I think his name's Andy. Actually did respond to me and said that after in general chat is where they could have listened to this meditation. So that was probably the best way to approach it. So I asked for the public channel, I guess, for support. So that's why I'm like, I don't think this is the best way. I don't think Andy really realized what I'm going to say. But that's, I think that's intentional on his part. So I word things in a certain way. So yeah, I don't know. Like, what do you think is like the best way to move forward? What's like next steps understanding that as a,
Okay, so everyone that are just doing it in. See, I'm an influencer. Jordan is a project leader in Hedera. So as easy as it may be for a simple investor, retail investor to just, if someone blocks you because of the certain taste of meme coins you create, they don't like, or maybe they're too strong or too bold, or they ask questions. As a regular retail investor, you could just move on to the next. But here's a huge but. Jordan is not a regular retail investor. He is a leader of projects, meme projects. So it is in the best interest, in my opinion, if he does his best, and he sees it as well. He's taking the first steps to attempt to bend this, and I really, applaud you, bro. I think the best way to do this is open a ticket, and I would first remember, look at it like a sandwich. If someone truly is coming to make things with you, you first sense need to express that intention. So, hey man, I just want to reach out, even though if you didn't do anything wrong, and apologize for whatever I have done or said in the past, or if I gave a bad impression, and I hope we can, move forward. That's it. Leave it at that. It'll take them a couple minutes, maybe hours to process what you're doing, and they'll be like, if they don't recognize you, they're going to ask you, like, who are you? Oh, and then you just relay what happened. If you do remember, then yeah, they'll say, okay, no, it's cool. And then after they process that, then you can explain. I think we just had a misunderstanding. And I love the project. I have a couple nights myself, but I don't have access to Alpha because of this and that. And, and I like what the assets I hold of your projects because I love it. But I really want to build bridges, and I really want to make sure we're in good terms, from your end. Because to me, I like your project. You know what I'm saying? The minute you do that, anyone that approaches you in this manner, you'd be so willing to find out what the heck happened to fix it. And ASAP. So the first couple sentences or even paragraph is crucial how you approach it. That's how I would do it. I don't know if that.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And that's basically how I'm trying to make an approach it initially. Is like, but definitely apologizing if I offended him or if anything I've done or if there's a misunderstanding or something. Whatever, but I don't even know if I want to bring up like whatever drove him to block me.
No, yeah, exactly. That's smart. That's very smart. I wouldn't bring it up either. And he needs to first be convinced that your intentions are what you're conveying. So if he's convinced that, okay, this guy's really trying to fix it, he might not even try to refer back to whatever happened in the past and just let it all go when you want. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. At this point, yeah, you're like a salesman.
Yeah, just like letting him know, I think like letting him know that I'm missing out on Alpha on Twitter, and I don't really go into Discord, which isn't wrong. I don't go into anything. I never go into Discord. Like, that was my first time opening Discord, like besides private messaging people, like, in like months. So, like, I'm never there. So, like, I don't go there to look for Alpha. I wouldn't go there just to look for Citadel Alpha. So, I mean, I would go to Twitter. That's where I'm usually at all the time. It makes a lot of sense to see me. But yeah, I basically kind of been that bridge. Because, I see that we've both also been living here in the area for like over 3 back here since like 2019. Haven't left, and continues trying to learn daily for however long that's been. As far as it's basically like almost 5 years probably at this point. Right, it's like me and like I said, if we can count it on like 2 hands how many other people were in that boat with us, and I just don't like this. Just my preference, obviously, but I don't like that. We're all in this boat together, and a lot of them still, for some reason, just look at me straight and won't pay attention to anything I do until they're fall, or just, which I've seen a lot of private PMs, them and others that they follow, and a little group of all whatever. There's basically like a group of people that just despise me for things I've done, and I don't understand it. Like there's a bit of context to it, with like one project in particular that was follow up with. I don't know if this is part of that. It could be. That's how I know Elizabeth had me blocked Telefuture. I was blocked by her for 2 years because of basically I received a free airdrop for this project that was, I think, back in the day called the Monkeys. I threw it through AI and basically investment that had like very, very basic manipulations basically to it, and then it was just like keep buying and copying it. I was tying everything out to my existing folder that I only had like 20 of for free. And when I first came out of the day, I was trying to like figure things out, and then I was basically trying to escape publicly. And I held through BuzzSpace for that, and then there was a lot of fallout basically with people like jumping ship from like the project, and then a lot of people not wanting to associate themselves with me because of that, which was that's totally their prerogative to do. Like, and I regret basically creating that whole bunch. It's like it was I just half a thought, and then since then I think and try to like make things a lot better and more time. But that's what I'm thinking. It could potentially be something like that too, but I don't know if it's that or if because that was also tied to memes and stuff. And then just in general, the kind of things I could have done to do something like that too, but I don't know. But in general, I just want to try to make that relationship with somebody that is important in space to me. So
I'm glad you're trying, bro. And dang, I didn't even know there's a group. Just so you know, I have a similar story. There's also it's a small group now. It's not that big anymore, but it's a small group that really did not like me helping Sasaki rebuild. If you go to one of the tokens on Salsa Swap, they really despise me so much that one of them even built or made a meme coin named after me. It reverse AG, and I see this as to me it's flattering because obviously, I assisted and helped Sasinu becoming, pull the impossible, which basically, he died and then he came back to life. He bounced back hard, and I'm proud of that. And
Hey, what the hell is this?
What the hell's going on, John? How are you?
this is the first time I'm seeing this feature where you can live stream.
Hell yeah, you like it, don't you?
So how you doing it? Where you start a space and give access to your camera and just put your phone?
You're exactly right. I'll show you how to do it. Just one moment.
And, yep, all right.
Okay, so we got Twitter here. What you do is you go to start a space, welcome to spaces,
Yeah.
and then here where it says record space, you'll see a little thing that says enable video. I'm going to click it right now.
So this is not the phone you're using right now, right?
No,
What you using?
I have 33 different devices. You're live streaming right now to 34 different platforms on 150 different accounts. I have more data
So
on YouTube than any person on earth.
how much videos you got?
How much what?
How much videos you uploaded to, or is that what you say?
Yeah, it's not videos, it's time. So I have 3 years, 24/7, 365 on 5 different streams.
Oh my God.
It's like the movie The Truman Show
Okay.
with Jim Carrey.
So I'm the only one who's listening right now, I guess.
No, there are other people in I'm in a bunch of different communities.
Okay. I can't see that on your bed. The screen is projecting onto your wall right now.
Yeah, so I have 6 different Chromebooks that are running as well. And one of them is projecting behind me.
Oh my God. So how long this space is going on?
I do them like every 12 hours, and then I just start up a new one. I've been doing these for like a few months now, and I also have a little machine that automatically uploads to Instagram for me. It's a little auto clicker, and so I've been uploading to Instagram for 3 years as well, every moment of life. It's essentially the biggest event in global history. It's a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between.
Okay. So what do we got over here? Rothschild chat and crypto NFT. You got a project or something?
Yeah, so I don't, but I'm a member of a community that does. So there is a community called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It is a meme coin. It's currently worth about 10 cents each. 2 weeks ago, it was worth 3 cents each. It just hit an all-time high last week. And basically, they're just a really nice group of people who have invited me into their Telegram. Do you know what Telegram is?
Of course I do.
Oh, excellent. Here. Then,
So I see you got
I'm putting on here the Telegram link. It's t.me/HPOS10I.
okay, just add for the first name for the letter on the I get it. So what do you got on the bio? There's an address, a Ethereum address.
Oh,
What is that?
that's a great question. I think I just took that from our main account. So our main account has over 100,000 followers. I hosted trivia night last night, and we usually just use that account for big events. And then this account is just kind of like a secondary account that I created just to stream all the time. Really, I'm just not worried, but like I'm concerned about it. I want it to upload the video. And so you watch, these things are live videos of my life.
Okay, so you got a channel?
I have 5 channels that are live right now. I'll send you the link. Just one moment.
Just send me the YouTube one. So
Hey, that's what I'm saying. I have 5 YouTubes that are live right now.
you making any money out of there?
We're starting to.
Were you sleeping before I came in?
Was I sleeping? No. I slept last night. All right, my friend. I'm going to send you a link right now. I'm coming to find you. I'm going to Twitter. You can watch me do it.
Go to Twitter, and you're in that discussion. Perhaps it may show up at the top. If not, I'll just Harry Potter, Masonic, telling you here's his space. I'm joining it. I don't even need to. I'm following you.
Hey, can you make it so that people go to your privacy settings and make it so that people can send you direct messages?
Or you could just put it on the jumbotron. I'll do it, whatever. But
Okay, I can do that too. That's a good move. I didn't even think of that. Good move. Okay. So what we will do is join the space, start listening, and I'm pasting it, and then jumbotroning it. Weird. All right, you should see it on the jumbotron now. You should see it on the jumbotron now.
okay, I can't sleep. I can. Oh my God.
Absolutely, you can hear yourself on 5 different channels simultaneously. It's the biggest event in global history. We'll be able to study a human for multiple years of their life. We'll be able to study their heartbeats per minute, their breaths per minute, how many times they blink, the temperature. We'll be able to study their circadian rhythm, their biological metrics. Everything on earth about a person.
Okay. So your name is what, Rabbi Rothschild or something?
Yeah, my name is Michael Rothschild. I'm a rabbi.
Okay. Okay. I sure know what that means. Like it's a priest, right? Is that what?
You can think of it as a Jewish religious leader. It means teacher.
Jesus was a rabbi in the Bible. We call him, right?
That's what they say.
So my voice is getting in your live stream too.
Absolutely everything.
Okay. So how long you said the live is going? The YouTube live?
Well, we're on 3 years now. Now,
So yeah, it wasn't, it didn't stop.
no. I stop it.
Forever.
Hold on, no. I stop it purposefully every 12 hours. If you don't, the video is not recorded. So you have to stop it every 12 hours for it to be recorded and uploaded. If not, it's just a live stream. And I don't want to do just a live stream. I want people to be able to watch the video at a later date.
Okay.
So what I have is more footage, more video uploaded to both Instagram and YouTube than any human in global history.
So you like it, or it's just what you do, or?
I do like it. No, I do. It's very much, I'm like a diarist, someone who writes a diary. It allows me to record my life and my thoughts and my moods, and I'm glad that I started it, and I only want to continue it for the rest of my life.
Okay, so you were a supporter, community member on Harry Potter, the show, the project you just said on the PFP.
Yeah.
And that account, you said there's a Ethereum account I asked about, and that was the contract for the project, or is the donation address or something?
I think it's the wallet for the main project.
Okay. It says Bitcoin CA. Well, that means contract address, right?
Yeah, that, you know what, that's it. What I did is I just took what was ever in the main account and just copied it and pasted it there, and I haven't updated it. So if you want the most accurate information, just go to HPOS10 real and 10i Real, the main account, you'll see it has over 100,000 followers, and all the correct addresses and everything are there. What I can tell you though is if you go to that Telegram, we have people in the Telegram right now who are listening to you, and we're watching Joe Rogan with Ray Kurzweil, if you know who that is, the futurologist, the AI, the like grandfather of AI.
Okay, I know Joe Rogan, but I don't know what the other guy you said.
That's okay. So,
What your people saying in my voice?
well, basically, they're just talking about artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Do you know what March Madness is? It's a basketball tournament.
Yeah, I heard it. I don't know much about it, but
Okay, well, we've got a free March Madness tournament going, and we're going to watch more than 100 basketball games over the course of the next month in the Telegram, and we're going to live stream all of March Madness, which is really exciting.
you seem a little uncomfortable sitting right there, like you just bend your hips around and just maybe you could just sit a little bit kind of. You were sleeping or something before I came, like you were just laying down on the bed.
I wasn't sleeping. I was looking at my phone.
Okay. The phone looks so old and cracked, right?
Well, I have 33 different devices, so I have a brand new phone on which you are right now, and I bet I have more phones than you've ever seen in your entire life. This is just one
So
phone.
you make any money out of your
Yep.
live stream?
Yep.
How much?
Boy, aren't you questioning a lot? How much you make a year?
Well, it depends. Around 100,000.
It depends with me too. In my normal profession, I make $124,000 a year as a certified project management professional. On here, really, I have not monetized my YouTube channels simply from the fact that I many times show copyrighted content, and you can't monetize if you do that, but I don't really mind that. So I take donations on my channel, and I make a few $100s a week just from donations in cryptocurrency.
So, all right, you're an interesting person, I guess. I've never seen it, that much dedication for, what you do here.
Absolutely.
I couldn't imagine if I was live streaming or doing what you're doing right now. That's a little.
So here's what you want to do, Tron. Do you have the link? It's t.me/HPOS10i. And come on in. We've got people here right now. We're watching podcasts that are video podcasts, and we'll watch a movie. We'll do whatever you want.
Well, what about Discord? I mostly use that. Telegram is. Here's the thing. Telegram, you need to give out your phone and privacy camera. Discord, you can do it with mail.
I understand that. I'm on Discord too. I'm just making you aware that we're much bigger on Telegram. And if you don't want to give out your telephone number, there are ways around that. You can use services to get around that.
I get it. So I think I heard this project before.
It's a big deal.
I might have bought some tokens from Uniswap and from I think a long time ago. This was a very long, old project, right?
Well, this version of it is since May of 2023.
Yeah, I think last October or something, I think I just.
Oh yeah, and that would have been it. That would have been it, yeah.
Yeah. So, you got a project? You want to launch something?
My project is live streaming my life. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. It's more valuable than food, than water, than air, than anything on Earth. Data is the most important resource. And if you believe what Bill Gates said in The Economist, if you believe what Bill Gates said during the 1990s, that content is king. I have more content online than any person in global history, which perhaps may make me king someday.
Well, which means, important data. I mean, not everything you see is important in the data context.
Well,
But, you just
this is
hang on-
human data. Human data is the most important kind of data that we have. This is live human footage. This is the most important data that's ever been captured. It's more important than bank account records. It's more important than bank statements. It's more important than retirement accounts. All of that is just numbers. This is live data that can be analyzed, that we can study human behavior on it. You can't do that with numbers. Not to say numbers aren't important, but at the end of the day, that's just a figure. What this is the ability to study human speech, human brain, the ability to understand more about humanity in general. On top of that, there is the idea that this creates a platform for one person to be able to push certain agendas they want. And the big one that I want to push is world peace. I don't think we should have war anymore.
So, talking about that, what do you think of going on there? The kind of conflicts out there, and we have any comments on that?
Yeah, I don't want war anymore. So I would call for peacekeeping immediately and hostages to be returned, and to ensure that everything is handled diplomatically. And it's as simple as that. No one else should die as of right now. Whenever we can say right now, we return all of the hostages. I don't care if they have 1,000 of ours and we only have one of theirs, or we have 1,000 of theirs and they only have one of ours. Just return everybody home. And let's talk about these things in a conference room and not across the battlefield.
So, okay. I'm looking at your YouTube right now. You just like you said, you upload every 12 hours.
That's right.
Live stream, right?
Approximately every 9 to 12 hours or so.
So it seems like you do nothing, but I see in every video you are there. You just don't even eat or something. You bring the food over here.
Yeah, I mean, I bring the food over and I eat, and if I have to go anywhere, I'll live stream it on Instagram or Twitter. So, I mean, I even go to the bathroom, I shower, I do everything on camera.
So, what does 666 means?
Well, it's a number of perfection. So here, I'll show you. Oh, on there? Well, it gets people's attention, but it's a beautiful number.
It's the number of Satan, right?
Some people say. What I'm saying is that it's a beautiful number, and I want people to know it. And here's why. If you take 666 objects and organize them, they're a triangular number, meaning we have some triangular numbers in society. 1 is a triangular number, 2 is a triangular number, 6 is let's see here.
2 is not a triangular number.
I think, you know what, you're likely absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Hold on, let me check this. 3 is.
Triangle number is when you can stack it up.
You're absolutely right. 2 is not. 1 is, 3 is, 6 is. I was just counting what was going on there. You're absolutely right. So we would have 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, 21, like that. That's a triangular number. But it goes down to 666, and you're absolutely right. 2 is not. I just misspoke. So you have, it forms a really pretty symbol. I think that's a really cool symbol. In fact, it's the 36th triangular number. Can you hear me, Sean?
Yeah, I can. I'm looking for the explanation of the number. What's more important?
What's more important in comparison to what?
And not important why it's interesting, the number. I heard it was the number of devil in the Bible it says.
Yeah, in the New Testament, or what is called in the Christian New Testament, there's something in Revelation.
Yeah, so I don't like that number. I try to, skip that number all the time when I get it.
I know, that's why I chose it. It's a beautiful number and it gets people's attention. People shouldn't see it.
Yep.
I've been going a lot longer than that. I've been going now about 1,000 straight days. My man, when are you gonna get in this Telegram?
You want me to join it?
Hell yeah. It's a lot of fun.
Well, what about Reddit?
What about it? It's great. I was just on it right before you came in.
Reddit, if you use it on desktop, browser, it seems a little, the UI is still the old, but if you're not logged in, it shows a new one.
Right.
Why don't they put it on the, for PU, logged in users, the same UI, the new one?
Reddit is honestly a backwards platform, in my opinion. It is very overvalued, though it has major value because it's the world's forum. However, a lot of their hardware capabilities are outdated. I can tell you they had an RTMP feature, which allowed you to live stream on Reddit during the pandemic and a little afterward, and they took it away. Basically, they took away some features that were really nice and made it a nicer platform. So I don't really know what their CEO is doing. Also, it's owned and it's very censored in a lot of ways on some subjects. So, in my opinion, it's a really, really great platform. But at least when it comes to cryptocurrency, Reddit has not always been that welcoming of the community, I would say. They make fun of it a lot. They think that stocks are the only way to invest your money, which I understand that's traditional route, but there's a lot of benefits to cryptocurrency as well.
What you wearing on top of your head, a black something? Not the
This?
Yeah, that's one.
Sleep mask?
Were you sleeping? That's what I just asked.
No,
Were you sleeping?
No, I woke up hours ago. I just wear it all day.
Doesn't that give you a headache or something? Because if I wore it for that long, I just...
No, it kind of keeps my head warm. I like it. But normally I just wear a hat or that.
So you keep that
Yeah, it keeps my head warm. I like it.
No, the one you earlier showed me, the rabbi hat.
Yeah.
You keep it all the time?
Yep.
When you're sleeping too?
Yep. Not all rabbis do, but I do.
Okay. So I might just leave now, or would you go here to talk about nothing but the project or something? I'll join for the Telegram later on.
You join that Telegram, my friend. You take care, Tron. Follow me, I'll follow you back. I'm following you. Follow me back, baby. Take care, Tron. Tron 171744 just followed us. Shout out to Tron.
meme coin space, what's going to happen in the crypto space, because one, we've never seen a Bitcoin all-time high before the Bitcoin halving. I didn't expect it to happen. I didn't expect this to keep going up. I expected some sort of a pullback, some sort of a healthy consolidation. But when it comes to meme coins too, when you're looking at every single meme coin launching right to 50 million, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. That's why I was like, all right. It was last week, and I was like, yeah, you should. I hope I'm wrong. I literally said, I hope I'm wrong, but it's probably a good time to take some profits on your meme coins, because it's just like, if it doesn't make sense, there's probably a reason it doesn't make sense. Every single token that was launched ran up to a 20, 30, 40, 50 million. Other tokens that had no business being in the hundreds of millions of dollars of market caps were in the hundreds of millions of dollars of market caps. So is the dump over? If I had to give you my honest opinion, I would say no. I don't think so. Is cryptocurrency going to continue to bump heading into the new year or into 2025? Absolutely. Is it going to be a straight line to get there? No, it will not be a straight line to get there. We're going to continue to see ups and downs. We'll probably see a major crash because of some big news that happens, maybe something bigger than what happened with Ethereum. But no, I don't think that the worst of it is over, but it's not even bad. It's normal. This is, we got to stop looking at it like when Bitcoin goes to 65K as the world's over, because we ran at $39,000 a month and a half ago. This is normal. This is expected. And it gives you a better time. If you believe that Bitcoin will hit $175,000 Bitcoin at the peak of the next bull run, which a lot of people here do, and a $60,000 Bitcoin is better than buying it at $73,000 or $80,000. So it just gives you a better chance to purchase cryptocurrencies. It's normal when charts consolidate, because whales are able to get out. People who've been waiting on the sidelines to buy are able to get in. And I think it's normal and expected. I don't think the worst is over. I don't want to say the worst. I think that we're going to continue to go up and down all the way until we hit an all-time high in 2025.
Absolutely, Jake. And just a reminder, guys, there's a lot of meme coins that are going to absolutely recover and do some insane fucking numbers. But there's a lot of meme coins that are here for a good time, not a long time. We understand that, we accept that. So when you're up sometimes, consider paying yourself, right? It's always going to pay yourself. You can't lose if you're making money. With that being said, Jake, let's have personal speakers. So we have Wadi, then Giganja, then 51, then we have Solordi, then Solana Beach, then we'll get Mr. Fitz, East, then Dumb and Dumber, and we'll go from there. What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
What up, Ronnie? What up, Jake? I appreciate you having me up like always, bro. This thing, it's insane. So the way I see it is, the SEC keeps barking at the wrong tree, at the wrong player, and it's actually funny because every time the market has a very positive uptrend, some BS has to come out in order for the market to dump. I don't know if you guys noticed that. So, in my opinion, it's just pure manipulation tactics. Now, can they go after Ethereum? They're out of their freaking mind, bro. I mean, Vitalik has been very transparent, in my opinion, unless they found something shady, maybe crazy gas fee, probably going to one of his personal wallets or so, then that would be shady. But other than that, man, I don't see any reason why they will actually go after ETH. It makes no sense. Oh, no. There is more reason. Yeah, there is one. When ETH decided to change from proof of work to proof of stake, they messed up big time. That's the only reason.
Why do you say that?
So, in case you didn't notice, anything that has to do with staking, I don't know, sort of making money from it, the SEC, so the SEC has a big issue with that. See it more as of a security. So, yeah.
Okay, copy that. And look at the ICO here. There actually was an ICO in 2014, I believe. And the ICO, I think it was a 42-day campaign. And ETH was 31 cents. Can you fucking imagine getting ETH for 31 cents a pop, Jake? What the? How crazy. And buddy, that's a good point.
But there's also another reason. It's money. It's like a lot of these court cases, they right? A lot of people settle, and who knows? I mean, they draw up a $10 billion lawsuit against the Ethereum Foundation. Sometimes, even if there's nothing that's wrong, instead of fighting it, it's easier to settle. I mean, these guys have billions and billions of dollars. So we'll see, but I agree with you, Bonnie. And only time will tell. But Greg, I'd love to ask you a question. Like when people come up here, just ask them too. You know, do you think Ethereum is a security? I'm interested to hear what people say.
Absolutely. Ganja, what do you think about the situation? What are we showing today? Do you think it's a security? Or you guys can just answer that.
I don't know. Does it pass the Howey test? The Howey test that's like 100 years outdated?
Let's go through that. There's 4 characters who are it.
I can't remember off the top of my head, dude. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to go Google this. I think it's like investment of money, common enterprise, expectation of profits from the investors, and efforts of the others.
Yeah. So it's the investment of money, which
Expectations of profit.
I mean, I'm guessing people expect big profits. Common enterprise and reliance on the efforts of others. I mean, you didn't rely on the Ethereum devs, right, in order to upgrade. So the things like this, I get it. Like as Ronnie said, it's like everything technically is a security, like beanie babies and like smart charts. So just because it's an asset is what complicates this.
Yeah, I love that when the speakers get up there and you see Gary talking to Congress, they'll ask him like, hey, are you getting NFTs or whatever? And they're like, yeah. And they talk about like, they describe like a beanie baby or something like that. He's like, would that mean secure? So he's kind of like lost for words. There's a ton of clips on YouTube about that sort of thing. But obviously, he has some sort of, interest, some different interests going after cryptocurrency because this motherfucker used to teach blockchain courses at MIT. What happened, Gary?
Absolutely. I think that you and Wadi kind of hit it on the head, and I said on the space that I was in earlier, like, this is definitely collusion in some way, shape, or form, and we don't know because we're not in the back rooms making the deals. But I feel like this is a way for Ethereum to become cheaper for the big boys to get in so they can make more money. And I think what Jake said is right. They're probably going to settle. So I don't know. Either way, I hope it doesn't affect the price of Ethereum. I hope what's happening right now continues. Like, people are just like, F it. This makes it more bullish, But yeah, dude, it could go the other way. I really hope it doesn't, because that could be the black swan event that we all didn't want, right? I was just gonna say one thing real quick though. Like, I know you guys know I got slurfed. Got slurfed on Monday. I was got rugged by another project on Monday in Polygon. Then last week I got rugged by another project on Say. Right? They were all pre-sales, right? But this one on Polygon, dude sent me the money back, bro. He sent me all the Matic back last night. So big ups to the real ones in Web3.
Nice, I love it, man. When something like that happens, man, it's good to
Hold on, Ronnie. I got a question about that. So let me get this straight. He rug you, double up the money and then return it, or how does that happen? Because that really weird.
I bought into this pre-sale like last week before I got rugged by Slurf, obviously, right? Or I probably wouldn't have. But when the token launched, they effed up something, and they immediately pulled all the liquidity and were like, well, there goes that. We're effed, right? But dude didn't disappear. He stayed in the Telegram, and he kept saying, people, don't worry, we're going to fix it, we're going to fix it. And when he realized he couldn't fix it, he's like, okay, we're going to refund everyone. It took a day, but he did it. So, shout out to that dude. The token was called Sendip. It was a meme of Sandeep. And I thought it was going to send because the memes were really funny. And it looks like the dev is a real one, and he's going to be trying to do something else. So I'll try to jump in with him again. We'll see.
Nice, I love it, man. Shout out to the Matic devs out there making it right, man. Appreciate you, D. Ganja. Next, we have 51 with Solori.
Yo, what's good? What's good?
Yo, what up?
What's good, guys? Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, you got to be careful out there. Just very quickly, a couple things. In regards to your question, I think it's just trying to do this with, ETH to just because of the ETF, it's Bitcoin versus ETH, ETH kind of a thing. But, who knows where it's going to go at the end of the day. Technically, in my opinion, everything's security, even Bitcoin. It's just how they kind of categorize things. And how things have been operated versus others. There's really nobody behind me. Bitcoin versus somebody is there. And just very quickly as well, yesterday on Dexel, there's this token that was trending number 1 on Ethereum. I won't mention the name. It's not important.
Wait,
Sorry?
why is that not important, the name?
Well, it's not important the name just because it was a scam anyways, but the contract, I can say to people why, but it had about 4 million in volume, right? People actually were blacklisted. I told a buddy of mine to try to send it to another wallet and sell it that way. He was able to do it, but the point I'm trying to make is just that, with NFTs, we used to see number 1 collections. There were scams. It's now happening on Dex Tools. There's this one last night. They finally it had a green contract, et cetera, et cetera. But people look on Dex Tools like, oh, this thing's trending number 1. And, it's got 4 million volume. And how many people will FOMO into that? Because, you're not going to check, oh, is liquidity, is this, that, you know what I mean? So just be careful. Just because you see it on Dex Tools trending doesn't mean it's the best. Just very quickly, there's a new token that just came out. It's called Whale. Looks pretty good. Again, just came out. So you have to do your own research. I don't usually even buy tokens like that. Just been in Telegram a little bit. It's about 40,000 market cap. I only put a little bit in. You know what I mean? This way, if I don't have to, sell it, I don't even have to spend any gas down yet. Just like a lotto kind of thing. Call Whale, I'll put it above. I really like it because it's got that Pepe face on the whale, and it's got heat trending for the next 5 hours. You already paid for the Dex Tools update. Which isn't always common in these projects, right? So it's a gut shot. A lot of times when I see these ones, I don't buy them, and then they go up tremendously. I'll put it above. Again, it just came out maybe about 4 or 5 hours ago, so it's not that fresh. But you always have to be careful to know where something is. But I did buy some myself. Do your own research. Have a great one. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, 51, you make a great point. I mean, guys, you see some pumping absolutely sending on Dex Tools, for the love of fucking God, just take a second to smash that bitch in a contract reader. Do a little bit of due diligence. Make sure that some of the wallets aren't heavy. Not more than 5% of the supplies in any one wallet. Even though they can airdrop money on their wallets. Make sure the taxes are good. Make sure it's not a honeypot. Make sure the liquidity's locked. Little things like that will save you a lot of money. And it takes a couple of extra, not even a couple of extra minutes, 30 seconds. So protect yourself. Great point, 51. Appreciate you. Let's just move to So Lordy.
What's going on, guys? Thank you so much, Jake, Rodney. You guys are excellent in all the opportunities you provide for the industry. So just wanted to give you guys a quick shout out. But yeah, just kind of going on the topic. I mean, meme coins in general. Like you look at the SEC, digging for securities. They did that on Ripple, failed. I don't know if Ethereum's being primed for the new spot ETF or they're going to fail again. But eventually, I mean, they're going to find the biggest multi-billion-dollar meme coin. If you see like Shiba Doge or even Pepe run up as 100 bill, SEC's just going to keep coming down. And so, I mean, luckily for me, we got a couple devs on the team. I'm a full stack engineer. My co-dev, he's a lawyer. So, Solordi, we are the first Bitcoin ordinal inscription on Solana, hence the name Solordi. So our dog meme coin was actually inscribed in the first percentile on Bitcoin. And then so we just thought like a space moon dog, destined for a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, especially if we put our space moon dog on Donald Trump and, all the other funny memes. And that's kind of how we started. We just thought it was funny, that a good looking dog, and we actually launched around Christmas time. And so my lawyer, co-dev, comes to me and says like, all right, so what are you gonna do for your utility play? And I'm like, what's that? Meme coins just have hype and community and rates and shows, and we just pump when the market pumps. And he's like, well, yeah, but if you guys might not listing, we are listing on our first sex on Monday with Bitmark. But we need to add some kind of utility. And so we went down the path, saw other big meme coins like Myro had like a trending bot, so I built a trending bot. It's called Solana Top Dogs, open to our community members for free. Basically, it's a deck screener API. Like we're all on deck screener using the filters, looking for the top trending tokens. I'm just like, you know what? Like I want this on my phone. Like sometimes I'm out, and I just want to create a call bot that shows me all the trending memes. And so built that. And I showed it to my co-dev. I'm like, hey man, I got utility. He's like, oh, all right, this is cool. Keep going. And then we launched Olos, which is solo backwards. It's actually a BRC20 inscription, and we kind of left it to our community like a puzzle. subscribed a billion inscriptions on Unisat, and our community went and minted them. I'm like, look, they're learning how to mint inscriptions now, and we got utility. Almost actually, this got listed on OKX and Binance in the Web3 marketplace. Inscriptions are insane. If you guys are familiar with that. But same thing, my co-dev's lawyer's like, all right, man, you're getting closer, you're warming up. So I'm like kind of beating my head, what are we gonna do? I'm like, well, the NFT, going back to that Beanie Baby thing, like that's cool. That's not a security. Why don't I make an NFT and not just a basic NFT on an image? I want Solority in my living room. Like, you guys are familiar with Snapchat and so basically Solority is in my living room doing all kinds of shit like breakdancing and shooting a gun, and I can see Solority as augmented reality NFT in my living room. And my co-dev's like, this is cool. All right, I think you got it. Make your Solority dog into a game, and let's talk to Solana Labs. And so, long story short, now started off as a meme coin, added utility. Now we're working with Solana Labs. We're building one of the first games on Solana Mobile, Unreal Engine. It's basically going to be like Fortnite. People get to create their own islands and stuff, and kill to earn, play on tournaments. Through the Twitch thing, we're talking to a couple partners, Soul Chat and stuff. But we are getting listed Solority on Monday with Bitmark and Gotbit. I appreciate the chill time, guys. Let's just do our best to not be securities and stay utility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think utility to make something not a security, but dude, I like your project. It's pretty cool, man. I'm on your looking on your page right now. It's pretty neat. So shout out to you guys, brother. You guys are welcome back anytime.
Yeah, I've seen them for a while. They kill it. Can you explain real quick though, just for people that don't know what a Bitcoin Oracle is? Yeah, absolutely. It's an NFT on Bitcoin. So just like we got NFTs, ERC 20 standard or 720, we got a BRC 20 on the Bitcoin. It's basically a Bitcoin meta protocol or a derivative of Bitcoin. So it's the first time there's NFTs on Bitcoin. They got BRC 20. There's like DRC 20 is coming out on the Dogecoin. There's a handful. Basically, they're all traded over the counter peer-to-peer. So there's no DEX for them. There's no like Uniswap or Jupiter equivalent for them. Like if our Bolos, which is listed on Binance and OKX, are all peer-to-peer over the counter. So any good devs out there, go make that DEX for BRC 20 inscriptions. I think 40Swap is trying to do it well funded. But yeah, it's an NFT on Bitcoin in short. I like it, man. Yeah, that's you guys. Solid project.
So as far as ordinodes.com usually is the place to start.
Nice. Hey guys, we have 230 people in this space. All right, let's bump this space, guys. Make sure you like, repost, and let me know in the bottom right hand corner what meme coin community you guys are representing. Appreciate you, Lord. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to your utility man. Give you guys a follow back. Interested to see what you guys do in the space. Next, we have absolutely, bro. Next, we have Solana Beach. So much Solana Beach to Mr. Fitz, ETH, so with them, Number Cardano, and then Patty.
Hey, yo, Rod, DJ, Kwadi, what's up, guys?
Beautiful day today.
Good to have you, brother.
Hey, I'm the person, my name's Noel, and I'm the person who made the meme generator app that's available right now in the Android and Apple stores. The Solana Beach meme generator, you enter a prompt, and it comes out Solana Beach themed with a meme. I'm working right now on the second app. It's going to connect the Solana blockchain to the Solana Beach token. It's going to be working with Microsoft's OpenAI DALL-E 3 image generator. It's pretty much done, but I'm just polishing it up. I've also, the main reason I was calling yesterday, we dropped some big news, and we got a Tolly retweet and follow. The founder of Solana, we just opened an office in Solana Beach, California. This weekend, I'm moving in some computer equipment, get some, I got some bigger news next week. So I seen Jake, I think you follow the main Twitter handle at Beach Club Solana, right?
Maybe the AFK right now.
Hey, do you follow the main Twitter handle?
No, I don't even know that. I don't even know what it is, to be honest.
Oh, it's Beach Club Solana. I'm sorry, I thought you did.
No, I'm not familiar.
Oh, okay, well check it. We just dropped a $100 million Beach Club Beach Party NFT to all the Saga 2 token holders. So it should be ended up in your wallet either today or tomorrow. And we got airdrops coming. Yeah, shout out to Solana Beach, bro. I'm down for a free party, right? Free, everything's free, alcohol, everything's free.
Yeah, everything's free, that's for sure.
Well, I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much.
Hey, I was gonna say, sorry, Solana Beach, I was gonna say, they actually partnered up with me for a month too. So they made a video on Solana Beach and they were trending on crypto.com. Pretty good project, in my opinion.
Yeah, we're working hard. We're working hard with the Tolly. He's been liking a lot of our posts, and he retweeted a couple. So stay tuned. We got a lot going on. A lot of airdrop. We're playing a lot of airdrops, and a lot of big news dropping next week. Awesome. Appreciate it, brother. Hey, take it easy, guys. Thank you. You too. Next you have Dumber on Soul. Send it, baby.
Hey, Rodney, thanks for having me on. I've been on many times before on my personal account, but I'm here under Dumber. So, a little backstory of how we made this coin. So, I used to make a lot of meme videos for other projects like Laptop, and I was doing one with the Dumb and Dumber characters, and I put Biden's head on one of the characters, and I'm like, man, this would be so funny if this was Trump and Biden. And then I kind of forgot about that idea. My buddies and I were kind of having beers and just chatting, talking about politics and how like divided we are as a country, and how even with meme coins, it's either Trump or Biden, and comedians aren't really, making fun of both parties like they used to back in the day. I'm like, dude, we have an awesome idea. Let's marry our favorite movie from childhood, Dumb and Dumber, and Trump and Biden, and kind of poke fun of them, like they used to, not mean fun, just kind of, fun, and make a cartoon, kind of South Park style. That's how we're gonna do it. And we didn't know much about making meme coins, and we didn't want to pay a dev who's gonna rug us. So, we kind of did some research, and lo and behold, here we are. We made a few mistakes along the way, but it's been a week since we launched. We are holding, strong. We finally broke above 100,000 market cap. Today was like 173, now in like 140-ish. And I guess that's what happens when devs don't rug. But yeah, I invite you all to go check out our stuff. Again, we launched, we learned a lot. We learned what not to do next time. Apparently, don't lock your liquidity with Soul Tools, because they don't, they're not integrated with DEXs, and it becomes more of a pain in the rear to, prove that it's locked. But at least for first day, they didn't even show on their website. We were like, oh my God, what did we do?
Sometimes, unless it's like Unicrypt or like T-Blog, it's hard to see on DEX.
Yeah. So if you ever try to make your own meme coin, and they're working on it. I'm in their Telegram trying to get this figured out, and they're like, well, okay, so now at least it shows the locker on their website, and if you're using bots, it'll show that it's locked on no lock. But like on Dex, it's still not showing up, and it's kind of screwing us up. But we're gonna push through it, and once they fix that, and hopefully in a few days, a week, it'll show everywhere. But anyways, Rodney, thanks for letting us chill. I'm sorry, the first day I tried to chill, we just launched.
Yeah, but I think
did not.
I think somebody came up here and they shilled for it. So
They did, yeah. Appreciate the community for helping out. We're just a couple of normal dudes. I've been a big fan of yours for a while, and you probably can figure out who I am. I'm not gonna dox myself here, though.
I appreciate your voice does sound familiar, brother, and I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you,
brother. All right, next we have Mr. Fitz East, and then we'll go from Mr. Fitz to Cardano, then Patty Stash, and then we'll go to Mel Verde.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Thanks for having me up today. Actually, I'm one of the co-owners of DubX. We bought it from the developer that let things go kind of sideways, and we actually, that's not the main reason I'm talking today, but we got some pretty cool stuff coming up. We actually, our utility for our token is we are adding an NFT that is paired with our token in a certain way. What it does is allows people to buy the NFT, and we are using the NFTs to raise money to put movies out. So we're using the funds to each person that buys the NFT will be a part owner in the film, and then get their part of 50% of the profits once the film is distributed and goes through the movie and the cinema, all that system. And also will be putting 10% of the sales back into the token. So somebody buys the NFT, then they're also able to maybe buy a little bit of the token, and then we put a large bump in the token, which allows people to essentially get their NFT initial back out. And then when the movie's done, they get their percentage of the profits. We also will be, everybody who's a holder will have their name in the credits of the movie. Then also 5 people who get the NFT will randomly get bit parts in the movie as well, which will allow them to get their SAG card on the other side of it. So some utility we're bringing to the market that hasn't really been done yet. We're talking with agents and actors, and we're waiting on a meeting with AMC as well. So we're moving along and really excited about that. But the main thing I want to come up today with is we have an opportunity. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but
Wait, you say something with AMC? Wait, I'm looking at your.
So we're waiting for our meeting with AMC. We're presently meeting with actors and agents in the space.
What's your website? Let me see. I want to see.
Yes, it's We Are Dubx. We actually haven't posted about the movie side yet. We've only told our people. We're waiting to get some of those contracts solidified before we launch.
Y'all better follow through on that. That's
we will. Hey,
that's
yeah, it's a huge deal. And the people we're meeting with in space are extremely well connected, and we already have scripts ready to go. So it's not like it's a, hey, let's go find this. We have scripts written by HBO writers ready to go. But the deal with it is this is something that you can actually do as an investment because movies take a couple of years. So say you put $500 into an NFT, you put $50 into our token. Once the money's raised, say we put $500K back into the token, immediately you sell your token, make your $550 back or a little bit more. And then when you do that, sorry about that, guys. When you do that, then you're able to. My mom got here at my house. Sorry about that, guys. I was outside. Guy came right back. But yeah, so what you're able to do at that point is you're able to do that every 8 weeks with a new movie, right? And since the movie takes about 2 years to do, so once the movie profits come in, the market itself will be in a bear, and then you get not only your initial investment back, and you're doing that a few times, but then you get the movie profits on the other side of that. So it's a good system that feeds itself, and keeps itself going on the other side. We're excited about where it's going, but just trying to nail down those last few pieces.
All right, top of that. Well, that's big shit if you can get it. I'll look for your website. Can't find it.
Okay.
Yeah, just hit it up on.
Yeah, I'll paste it down here. But as I said, what I want to talk about mainly is y'all know yesterday Robert Kennedy was denied again Secret Service protection during the election, and so we got an opportunity to raise some soul to help do that. And we're calling it donate some soul or give some soul to protect the soul.
Wait, you're raising it. We've raised soul. Wait, does he even have like a campaign open?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's polling it like 34%. We have people under 40. Yeah.
Is he accepting crypto for that?
So I've actually got a connection into, and so we're sending things to a Solana, and if they want to convert them to USDC, we can do that as well. But we're trying to raise 2,000 Solana to be able to help fund that, because what's happening is if you don't get Secret Service protection, you have to pay for your own, which drains from your campaign donations, correct?
Yeah, it looks like he got $150 million donation, another 25. So I think he's doing well.
He is, but it costs almost $1 billion for a presidential race.
All right.
So we're trying to help offset some of those things. We're connected with the Kennedy token, the meme Kennedy token, but none of the monies go to the Kennedy token. So those will all be going directly. As I said, we have connections to the campaign. So that's something that we're lifting off, and I'll post that link here as well as the link to.
Yeah, but you got to be really transparent about those donations, and I do want to see the AMC thing too. Because I'm going to be honest now, man. I want to see that, because if you're talking about a partnership with AMC and stuff like that,
man.
I want to see.
We're waiting on a meeting with them. The partnership is down the road, but it's not. We're also to the point where we can move forward on things even if we don't. But our goal is to be able to do that, because they already do NFTs.
Yeah.
We just want to be able to help co-brand with them on this.
As long as you're transparent with the blockchain and with like the donations to Kennedy. We're going to the next speaker, man. I do appreciate Mr. Pete. Mr. To you. Thanks, brother. All right. Next, let's go ahead and move to Cardano. What's up, Cardano? What's up? Hey, just wanted to shout out to everybody who came up and spoke. Shout out to Rodney, Jay, Waddy, man, the AMC partnership, man. Mr. Vincent was at a vegan 51. So I don't know, man. I want to hear that because we've had many projects with Main Singer that do some outlandish stuff like that, and it doesn't materialize. Like you're sending east to like an address that is go to the Kennedys. I don't know about that, but I mean, I'm not about that, man. You know what I mean? But continue. Sorry, that just boils my blood a little bit because we've seen those kind of things before. Like, are you donating to the Kennedys really? Like, really? You know, is this an ETH address? And are you really partnered with AMC? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Continue though. I got you. Hey, yeah, you never know. Everybody do your own research, you know. But no, I came up here to kind of talk about what's been going on with this whole SEC case and just provide like a different perspective on things. So it's like, okay, the SEC is a governmental agency, and they're going to take as much power as people give them. They're just an agency that was set by Congress, and they have been put in charge of regulating securities. Now, if you tell them that, hey, your car is a security, then they will go ahead and regulate it. It's up to the individuals to say, hey, look, no, this car that I'm driving is not a security, it does not fall under your jurisdiction. These beanie babies that I have, they are not securities, they do not fall under your jurisdiction. In the same way with a lot of these tokens, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, if you look at the Howey test, they do not fall under securities. Like, come on, that's like any problem. If you're a hammer, it's going to look like a nail. And to the SEC, anything is going to look like security. And actually, we're starting to see Congress people push back. There's stories and things coming out. Gary Gensler, he's under fire now himself by certain Congress people about how he is intentionally misrepresented cases and is going to court over that right there. So that's my just want to comment on was that. And also, Cardano just launched their first fiat-backed stablecoin. Right now, it's trading at over $2. I don't know what the heck is going on. There we go, man. That's the trade I want to make. And shouts out to everybody out there. You know, stay safe and good luck, everybody.
Appreciate you. That's a good point, man. They're a government agency, you know. Because of the stablecoin thing, I remember when USDC dumped to like 86 cents for like an hour. I called Jake all freaking. I was like, dude, USDC's fucking collapsing, dude. He's like, it's good. You know, you could have bought the USDC dip right there, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to Silicon Valley Bank. Shout out to sir. Appreciate you, Cardano. Next, we're going to move to Patty. Patty, what's up, brother? How you doing? Dude, I'm so mad I didn't see what BitBoy's ass, dude.
Dude, you have no idea. Actually, it's a good thing it didn't play out like that because, like, dude, he weighed in at 175. You know, I told him, I'm like 6'4". I'm like 225, and I said I'll come in at 215. And if I did, would I have a 40-pound advantage? I just think it would have been like this completely different scenario than actually played out. But yeah, man, I'm bummed. But like, unfortunately, you know, my oncologist, you know, for my doctor was the one that's like, no, you're not doing this. You know, he's like, you can't do this. He's like, your body isn't even functioning properly yet. So anyway, you know, people may not know, but like, I dealt with some fucking major sickness, and you know, it's still kicking my body's ass, even though I feel okay. But on paper, like, no bueno. But anyway, yeah, man. But it was a great fight.
Yeah.
Like,
they offered me the fight against him, but obviously he didn't take it. So,
yeah, smart.
You know,
Yeah, buddy. So, but anyway, man, it's good to hear from you, Jake, too. But I'm here to talk about Reddit. I'm a community member. Just, you know, I'll give you the real quick rundown. You know, everybody knows Reddit. Reddit's been a platform that's been around for years and years. Reddit was the platform that was instrumental to all the shit that went down with GameStop, AMC, as you guys were just talking about before, where the individuals essentially rose up against the corporations, and you had retail investors buying the GameStop stock while hedge funds were shorting it. And essentially what happened is, because these community members rose up in such a large scale, they essentially started destroying hedge funds. And people don't like it when hedge funds go down because a lot of money gets lost. So there was like an intervention where Robinhood, the app that everybody was using, got shut down. And so that took all the power back from the retail individuals. Hedge funds then did what they did, and they kind of gained back control. So when GameStop, when the movie Dumb Money came out, GameStop had a token that popped from like nothing to about 80 million in like less than a week. So when I heard about the Reddit IPO coming out, I was saying to myself, this narrative is stronger than GameStop. So I'm like, if GameStop hit 80 million in a week, and this Reddit stock IPO is it's launching tomorrow now. The token came out at the end of February. Since then, it made a big pump, and for the last 10 days, it's gone sideways. It's formed a perfect falling wedge. I posted on my chart, on my page, you can see it. But the chart is set up perfect, and tomorrow is the launch of the stock IPO for Reddit. So my thinking was everyone in the world is going to be hearing about Reddit, and we know people in crypto have a tendency to have that degen mentality. So with all the publicity, I'm thinking that's going to be coming from Reddit stock, people are going to be gravitating toward the Reddit crypto. And so now all these articles are coming out where they're saying Redditors are against the stock, they're going to short it, they don't like the idea. And that makes total sense to me because everything that they did previously in 2021 was anti-establishment. They were against the corporations. They were against the hedge funds. So the individuals rose up collectively. So now this is a stock. It's corporate owned. It's a central entity. It's a central power, and it goes against everything the Reddit community stands for. So all these Redditors are saying they're going to short it. So I'm thinking to myself, this cryptocurrency fits the narrative perfect of what Reddit stands for, which is community. And it's like individuals own the crypto, whereas the stock, you own part of the company, but it's like people from the Reddit community aren't down with that idea. They're not down with the corporation. So at a $7 million market cap right now, it just makes so much sense. And it's like another thing. Elon Musk has made tweets about Reddit where he says he loves Reddit. What happens if because the stock IPO gets tons of publicity, all of a sudden Elon chimes in and says something? But he's probably going to be talking about the stock. And if he does that, people in the crypto space, they don't give a shit. They're going to look for the cryptocurrency. So Jake said this once on a previous spaces that he did last week. He says there was about 10 Reddit tokens that were around when he was looking. But this is the one that rose to the top. And so when this token did come out, I was looking at all these different tokens. And I'm saying to myself, if this is the one that kind of takes charge and becomes the dominant Reddit token in the market, all the others are just going to start to disappear. And that's exactly what happened. So now, what happens if something comes out where Elon makes a message, he says something about Reddit, or just something goes viral and it catches the news and people start doing a search for Reddit? Like, it just makes so much sense to me. So everything about this token, there's a mindset behind it that fits everything Reddit. So people are saying, is the crypto going to flip the stock? The stock's going to be valued at $6.5 billion.
Well, not valued, yeah, but like we can get a lot of volume from that. I mean, that's like it's true meme coin nature, right? I said it's meme coin nature, like that kind of stuff can happen, man. And I have actually a decent bag of Reddit. I bought some like weeks ago, because of that fact that the IPO was coming out. So all it takes is one little tweet about it for the more established Reddit token to go crazy.
100%, man. I mean, it's just like everything about Reddit makes sense for crypto, and the fact that in 2021, all the stuff that went down with the Reddit community happened because of this idea of like anti-corporation, anti-establishment, and now a Reddit stock is coming out. It's like the Reddit stock doesn't fit the narrative of the Reddit platform, corporations, yes. And the one thing that I'm thinking is like when the Snapchat IPO came out in 2017, for literally months, the number one most talked about stock ticker symbol was Snapchat. And so if that happens, this IPO coming out is the biggest in 7 years. So if this does become like what Snapchat was, there's going to be publicity, there's going to be news articles, and there's already articles coming out that are talking about the Reddit cryptocurrency, even though it's the stock IPO that everything is focused on. So in crypto, people kind of look what others are doing and they follow one another. So I'm thinking this has the ability to be viral and just take off. So we'll see what happens.
I love the passion. That's like the same thing that I had. And honestly, I personally like on the decentralized side, and the narrative that I was thinking about was the fact that like we saw what happened with GMP, which you touched on. It's like Robinhood was able to shut it down. Hedge funds were manipulating it. That can't really happen on cryptocurrency. At least it can't be shut down. Trading can't be shut down. But the fact that like Reddit is decentralized, like they don't want this shit. They don't want an IPO. I think that leads to the cryptocurrency being much bigger. I really think it could be huge. And you saying that, like, a lot of my thinking was like, what happens on IPO day? Is it gonna, dump because of the IPO? But like now I'm thinking like it might pump because of the IPO, right? People don't want to buy the Reddit that's gonna be launched on Charles Schwab and Fidelity. It's like most people, especially people that use Reddit, are gonna want to buy the Reddit that is decentralized that they buy on Uniswap. So I like it. Tomorrow's a big day. And honestly, it's a very strong community. It's a good narrative. And yeah, I spent hours when I first heard about the Reddit IPO, scrolling through about 10 different ones. Most of them were scams. I found this at like a 1 million. I think I bought it around 3 million. And, I ran all the way up to a 14 million. I haven't touched a penny because I think this is a really, really big narrative. I'm just looking at what happened with GME. People are talking about it. So very, very, very bullish on the Reddit coin.
Absolutely. Shout out to Reddit, man. I'm bullish on it too. We'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting rise. Next week, thank you so much, Patty. I appreciate it, brother. Next week, Next we have Sean. What's up, Sean?
Well, what's up, Ronnie, Jake? How you guys doing? We got an important message for you guys, and the ticker is cacao.
I see it on the crow chain, right?
Yeah, bro. It's rocking, man. So, I'm not here to take over the space. I don't want to talk too much. I think you guys do a great job. I love all your content. I just want to tell you guys to start cacao. Chronos isn't going away. Have a blessed day, guys, and be safe.
Things are starting to pop off on Chronos meme coins, man. Like, there's caw, there's pig, there's fish, there's turtle. Like, I made a little bag yesterday on pig, and then I turned that into caw because I didn't have any caw. So, let's go.
Let's go. Shout out to the crow chain, man. I was on there last year a little bit. I bought one meme coin on Chronos called Troll. Got absolutely fucking rugged. So I won't be doing that again. But dude, call it sick.
Those guys are just bad actors in general. They try to talk crap about everything else in Chronos, and then they try to suck up when they want something. So yeah, I don't follow them at all. I just look at their stuff and laugh. Don't. I don't know. I'm not gonna say not financial advice. Look at other coins.
I don't really like trolls, so
I like trolls. They're cool, man. I just bought it for the view. I 100% expect to lose all my money, and I didn't. It'd be like that sometimes. But I do like the crow chain, man. Crow has like a weird, not weird, but has like a deep community that not a lot of people know. Like, people fuck with the crow chain heavy. So, but next we have, let's go to get to a DM, then and then we'll close the space out probably with Jared, and maybe Pop Dog if we have more time.
What's going on, Ronnie?
What's up, baby?
What's going on, man? What's going on? Just to talk about what you were bringing up earlier, man. Honestly, I lost all my faith in the SEC as far as this regime goes. To sit there and go after XRP and Coinbase and all that stuff. Meanwhile, the whole, Terra Luna FTX debacle was going down. It's like we need a whole another regimen that's actually competent.
It's like we miss Terra Luna, we miss fucking everything else. But we go after, it's like, what are we doing?
What are we doing? Exactly. That's my whole point. What are we doing? So, not only do we need a regime that's actually pro crypto, but that's actually, going after the right people for the right reasons. So, I guess you can consider that a whole win against Binance a win because they got $4 billion off of that. But whatever. But as you all know, I always hear from the Apple community. We're still here pushing every single day. We're networking in the space. Shout out to Wadi. We partnered with him for helping us with promotion and everything like that. So thanks again for showing your support to us. And we're not a pump and dump project. Obviously, we're community takeover, so we're building for the long run. We got a few things lined up down the pipeline, so stay tuned for that. I don't have any announcements right now as far as the Apple community goes, but just check us out. But I do have another project I want to talk about, and I know this is a meme shield space, but we all need a place to find the memes. And Radium is ass to me. Like, it's so buggy and everything like that. So,
dude, 100% Radium is so ass, dude.
It's crazy. I can't even buy nothing, and I don't use the bots quite yet. So, don't talk to me.
So what I've been using Dex tools to connect to it. Dex tools has been working.
For real?
Yeah, I've been just, if I'm gonna buy something that says like, hey, this is the full, I just use it.
You can also use
and it seems to work real good with it.
Okay, yeah, I've used Bird Eye a little bit too. I've had some good success with Bird Eye too. But I came across this other Dex project that launched on Solana. It's called Solar Swap. I don't know if y'all heard about it. But right now they're sitting at a super low value market cap, like around 5 million market cap. They had just announced they got accepted into NVIDIA's incubator program, and they're looking to, take out radium that they're promoting. They're like 11 times faster. They have anti-med protection, all that good stuff right now. So could be a good entry for a lot of people, want a little bit of a utility play in the meme space. Like I said, right now they're about 5 million market cap just in radium. 700 million market cap Jupiter at 2 billion. So I don't know. Could be something good. Could be something. Could be nothing. Nice. Yeah. We'll be on the lookout for it. Appreciate you. Shout out to the Alamo community. Next we have Ern, then what is Jared? What's up, Ern?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey. Yeah, so having a space earlier today, we were talking about what's that guy? The guy that tracks the scams and stuff.
Oh, that.
Yeah, and he's like saved like $150 million in these pre-sales that have been going on. Like we sent money to a pre-sale, and a lot of it actually have gone to nothing. I mean, that's crazy in itself right there. But something that's interesting is, I don't know if most people know that when you're putting pre-sales out there and you're collecting money, I mean, if you collect enough money, you're making yourself a target for the SEC because you're basically selling on a registered security. I mean, a little PSA, but you guys should educate yourselves on that. Be careful, especially if you're doxxed and you're doing pre-sales publicly. You can get some issues. I mean, if you're a U.S. citizen and stuff, I know it's different in every single country. But I've heard people talking about wanting to do that stuff, launching these pre-sales and keeping X amount of tokens to themselves. You should make sure and check how things are regulated in your country, because you collect enough money and you get on someone's radar. I mean, they can come after you, for that money you collected for selling at a registered security. So something to be careful about. There's a lot of money floating around. And again, that's specific to whatever country you live in, but just something to be aware of, guys. I've seen a lot of those floating around. And I know it's attractive and shiny, to do it because you can make a lot of money right now and the meta's there, but just be careful about that. Because, the SEC, in my opinion, is fucking broke. And so they're going to target people that make money, and work their way down. So aside from that, I think it's happy news. Little update on Earn. We're going to be the reserve currency for another project coming up in the near future, Q2. So people that deposits into their system is going to be starting getting Earn yield, which is super cool. So you guys want to check that out, join the TG and look into that. But it's basically a way to just earn for like depositing stable coins into their ecosystem, like a bank essentially. But aside from that, I think the market's having a healthy recovery, which was necessary. I still personally we're going up from here long term. So, DCA, make sure you guys keep dry powder because we could see a decent retracement possibly. But just don't bank on it, Don't put all your money at once and just, DCA, enjoy your ride up. So anyway, thanks for having me up, man, and nice seeing you, Jake, and everyone else on the stage, Waddy, and I saw Petty back in there a minute ago. I know he's been pushing hard and pulled, and yeah, just keep grinding, guys. So.
Yeah, good to see you, bro, and you always bring in some sound advice. I can tell you're well educated, just how you look at everything over the past 6 months, so always gonna have you up here.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right about the SEC going after these guys who are taking in lots of money, and you guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, get his ass down just first, baby. We just here, baby. We're going straight at it, baby. They said they're gonna refund everybody with fucking C, but we have noticed that the SEC is going after pre-sale. So,
What I was gonna say, you do know they have a snitching program where you'll get $2 million once you're qualified. So, hey, bro, go ahead, man.
Yo, snitches get stitches, but apparently snitches get riches too.
They better get back your fucking money, dude. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's close the space with Jared. Jared, what's up, baby? How you doing?
Good, man. Just wanted to come up here and tell you all that the light paper for Rubber Ducky is out, and the website will be dropping today too. And also too as well, got another little play for you on AVAX. It's going to be, I think it's called Llama.
It's just at 700K market cap right now. Some of the team has been working in the AVAX ecosystem pretty well though. But I just wanted to let you know that the website will be coming out today for Rubber Ducky, and the light paper's already out. 1 billion supply, and we should be dropping next week. So I just wanted to kind of give that update.
Yo, I'm hyped for Rubber Ducky.
Me too, bro. You better fucking keep me out. We got the light paper on your baby. Let's go. All right, so that's the end of this space. Hump day, Rodney. Hump day. I'm humping every day. Every day is hump day. Girlfriend just laughed right next to me. She knows it's true, guys, but it is the end of our space. Hope you guys have a fantastic space today, guys. We will not be going on this space tomorrow. I'll be over there for tomorrow in the fall space. And another space talking about meme coins. So come hang out, talk some shit. Thursday I'll be going live, and Friday and Monday I will be in MIA. I'll be traveling, so I won't be able to share with you guys unless I get stuck at the airport, and then I'll be upset, but I'll still run a space. But so we'll be off for a few days, guys. It's been fantastic to hang out with you guys. Get close out, baby.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear, baby.
All right, yeah, the desktop is always messed up. It shows up so muted. But anyways, I don't know if everybody can hear me. But anyways, great space. As always, happy hump day. Touch some grass, touch some ass. It's our favorite day. Use your cryptocurrency. Today was a good one. Really, really solid gems up here. So we appreciate it.
try, you love to talk and not listen. You don't let people land and get to the end of their
You didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to my point.
When was you even speaking? With me, I was talking to try.
You don't listen to it. You didn't listen to it because you're not addressing it. Addressing the different point of the point that I never
I'm not
made.
talking to you, I'm talking to the group. I'm talking collectively.
Yeah, you got it wrong.
I got wrong. I said that the wars that are happening around the world. You see how you keep talking over me? You see how you don't let? You see how you're not letting?
All right.
it is some issue. Is it the only issue? I don't believe that, right? So, like, at what percentage it does, then it's a very, valid issue.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Bain. I agree with you. What I'm saying is that in the modern world, religion is not needed. Our minds are good enough to be able to figure out our own morality. And we don't need religion and the division that it brings, not just about wars, but in every aspect of the world, really.
Right, understood. Thank you.
What is your value, Lee? What is your value? Without the Bible, without the
I'll come to you. Let Lily speak after Lily. I see your question. I'll come to Lily.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. I love saying that. Actually, I had a question. We know there was a subject was going on about if your parents are Jewish or not Jewish, and then if you're Jewish and how that works, that you can't be Jewish. So I actually had a question for Samson. I was trying to remember the story of Prophet Noah and the flood. He had a son who did not believe.
Yeah. Okay.
So he did not go in the ark. So he then became a disbeliever. I was trying to find what Noah would have said about that, or what God said about that, and I could not find the reference about that. It's also a story that's related in Islam. But I didn't have enough time to research. I didn't know if Samson knew.
which story? I'm sorry, my wife is talking to me.
Okay, so Prophet Noah had, when the flood happened.
3 sons.
Yes.
3 sons.
Yes, and he built the ark, but one son disbelieved and did not go with him. So I could not find what was Noah or God's reaction. Did he then call him non-Jewish?
No, it's not. Back then there was no Jewish people. There were no Jewish people. Abraham is the first Ivni, the first Jewish.
Yeah, you guys say that.
But what they say about Ham, they said that.
So what happens if it happened after that too? There are other prophets who had children, and something, for some reason one disbelieves. So does that mean that child is no longer Jewish?
No. Back in those days, by the Torah. I'm talking only by the Torah, not by any other religion. So by the Torah. And I will be very precise on how I say this, because it was a cleansing time that Hashem put the world that it's.
What up, Bitcoin? I'm okay, baby. How are you? Bitcoin MLK is all ready for March Madness, and we're excited as well.
What up, Ivan, you pimp? How are you? Ivan, we're talking to you. What's up, baby? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just did some workout, taking a shower, waiting for Rick to come back so we can watch some Netflix show.
Hell yeah. Have you ever been in this Telegram before?
Actually, I've been a lot, but yeah, check the butter maybe like when it opened. It was at 10 mil, and now I just got back home, check all these coins again. Crazy.
That's up. We're over $130 million market cap now. We're going to have a space starting in 1 minute on Twitter. Do you know what Twitter is? Excellent. So the link is posted on the main site. You can find me in here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been live in this stream for 10 months and for 3 years on the internet, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's the biggest event in global history. No person has more data uploaded to the internet than I do.
Okay. I'm gonna check that, but I believe for now.
Well, right now I can tell you you're on 34 different streaming platforms on over 150 accounts. Name someone who has anything close. It's a big deal, baby. So you can come in here whenever you want. We have people who come in here multiple times a day. We have people who just stay in here, like Tempura. We have people who come in here once a week, whenever you want. But if you can stop in daily, that's the ideal. We want to say hi to you. We want to see what's going on in your day. We want you to have a new friend.
Great, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow morning, bro, when I get some time.
Excellent, Ivan. I've got this friend of mine. He lives in Armenia. Every single morning, his routine is this. He wakes up, he gets a cigarette, coffee, takes a shit, and talks to me on here. I want you to do the same.
That's my routine.
Excellent.
I'll add one more step tomorrow.
That's beautiful, Ivan. Absolutely appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Excellent. Take care, baby. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, into the moon. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ivan. He's our new friend. Hopefully he is able to take regular shifts and cigarettes and smokes and talk with us live on the Telegram. All right. If you are watching this right now from any of the streams, I see we have Bitcoin and MLK. Anyone else? We've got a Twitter space going on that should be starting up. I think I've got a reminder for it set. So Bitcoin MLK. All right. So we have to find the Harry Potter account. Here it is. I don't think they've started it yet. Started the space, so. Couple more minutes.
What up, Jacob Scott? Hey, dude, were you trying to? I'm not. I was just talking to somebody in here. I was just talking to someone on here. Are you sure you don't have me muted? Do you have me muted?
Yeah, there you are.
There you go. Excellent. Dude, were you trying to? I think it was you. You were trying to come up as a guest yesterday in trivia, right?
My phone wasn't working and I couldn't hear anything too. So I kept coming out of the room and coming back in, and every single time I found out that I did that, I had to ask permission to do that. Speak or anything like that. So every single time I was doing that, I was like interrupted pretty much. I was trying to avoid that.
No, you're cool. You're cool. So absolutely, you're cool. So here, okay, I want to tell you a few things. One, we have a Twitter space starting up in 1 minute, so we're gonna head over there. Number two, okay, I don't know this for a fact, but I bet I'm right. I bet you had your cell data on and you were connected to Wi-Fi. Is that correct? Or you were only, or you were only connected to mobile data in a patchy, in a spotty area. So you didn't have Wi-Fi? Okay.
I only use Wi-Fi.
You don't even have Wi-Fi anywhere?
Well, my sister does, but I don't really love it because I have to have mobile data.
Okay. So that what I think it is, and I could be wrong. Well, I know this is right when I do it. If I use my phone and I'm connected to mobile data and Wi-Fi, and I get any kind of disconnection in there, I run into an issue when my microphone won't work on Twitter Spaces.
Oh, yeah, I definitely have that issue too. And internet issues as well, where the connectivity isn't quite as well because you have both on at the same time. I got the same on this thing.
Okay, so I find that if possible, when you're in Twitter Spaces, to just be on Wi-Fi. So I even shut off my data. If not, what up, more light? Oh, he just came in here. I even shut off my data when this occurs, because if not, every 10 minutes or something, I won't hear a few of the speakers, and it makes Twitter Spaces basically useless.
Well, definitely, I'm always kind of on the lookout for what I'm connected to.
Exactly. Okay, so I just got this reminder that we have this going. All right, so it's available.
It was confusing before, but now we got it. So
Let me see. I just saw a note from Mr. Bond Records. Let me see what that says. One sec, guys. I think he should have the link. Let's double check. Okay, yes. We're sharing the link to Slum Doge right now, so that's good. So, let's see. In the meantime, okay, yes, never mind. Cool. Excellent. I'm going to bring him up right now. He made himself. Let's see if he can give him a sec to connect here. All right, let's see. Looks like he's connected. How you doing, Slum Doge? Can you hear us? Yo, 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 yo! What's up? Everybody doing it there? How you doing, bro?
Man, the market's pumping. The charts are green. I'm fucking psyched. I'm fucking pumped, man. Let's fucking go. What's up?
Let's go, bro.
I'm fucking stoked to have you here, bro. You don't know how long I've been following you? Long time, my friend.
Appreciate that, man.
Hey, have you watched the movie? Which movie? My movie. Oh, yes. We want to talk about that here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Or it's more like, let's turn it over to you to intro Between Two Sprotos and our esteemed guest. Esteemed guest.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys. So, I'm Morley. I am the face dev of Ticker Bitcoin, Harry Potter, Bulma Sonic, and Eden. Looking great, by the way. Just looking phenomenal. So, I don't know, no financial advice ever come from me, but, take a look. And, yeah, this is Between Two Sprotos. We interview people from all over the place. We've interviewed Larry Sinclair, the guy that, allegedly hooked up with Barack Obama and smoked crack with him and all that kind of stuff. We talked to Lord Miles, the guy, was exploring all over the place, causing problems. We hang out with the Taliban and stuff like that. All kinds of interesting people. We don't talk to, just slouches or whatever. So we're super excited to have Slum Doge, who is a legend in crypto and, has very famously done very well for himself with Dogecoin way back in the day. So great to talk to someone who's been in the trenches for a long time and has sort of seen a lot of different cycles and can kind of give us some insight and all that. So that's it. Oh, I'm sorry, I was introduce my co-host John, who's the main man. Head of American Crypto Academy and a bunch of other cool things you can talk about and start some fun. All this good stuff. And he's a very, very big soldier. So very interesting guy, former intelligence guy. So has a interesting perspective. Stuff that I do not. So,
we were. You should get into this. This discussion. This guy made $1 million on cryptocurrency a couple of years ago. He's just been living off it.
Tailwinds, man. I spent a long time working in my early days trying to get financial advisors. Right, dealing with like this serious politics. Now, I'm not from that background originally. I'm an intelligence officer originally. Right? I worked for a 3-letter place. So understanding how like weird group dynamics start to emerge and how idea start to like get translated and that type of joy and emotion can get financialized. That's what drew me to Doge. And you're my primary source of unbelievable information. And I'm a huge meme guy. I'm really high level meme stuff. And brother, you are a fucking soldier. You took a lot of bullets. You took some arrows. And I'm just so psyched to have you here.
Hey man, I appreciate that. I think it's so crazy how sane I've been in crypto since 2021 is considered a long time, right?
Great, brother.
It's been like 3 years, man. We're just getting started, baby. Nah, man, I've been in this space. Here's the craziest part about my story that a lot of people probably don't know, man. Like, think about this. All right, I'm in the stock market, right? So I'm over here like trying to buy Tesla stocks and sell that, and like buy Facebook and all these fucking stocks, right? That's how I got started. And fucking, I had GameStop when everything started popping off about GameStop. I was on Wall Street Bets, bro. I was all over that place. So when the GameStop fiasco happened with Robinhood, where they disabled the buy button, and everybody was like, "Yo, what the fuck? Like, let's get our money out of the stock market. This shit's rigged, right?" Like everybody automatically started looking for an alternative, right? All retail investors were like, "Yo, I have to move my money the fuck out of the stock market. Where the hell am I gonna put it, right?" And the only other option was the bank or fucking crypto, right? So like, imagine you as a person discover crypto and you're like, "Wow, fucking crypto's amazing. There's no fucking hedge funds going against us. There's no fucking
in a space where like I was in pure euphoria. You know what I mean? And looking back, I can totally understand like the crazy shit I did and like all this stuff, because I mean it stems from a pure place, right? You're especially in the situation that I was in, bro. Like, if you watch the movie, no spoiler alert or anything, but if you watch the movie, you know that I come from humble beginnings and I don't have money in the family. I never had a silver spoon. Like I worked for every single dollar I've ever earned in my life, and I had this fucking crazy ass theory.
Dude, I'm telling. Can you not hear me? Get into this Twitter space. It's posted to the main Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tempe news site. I'll send the link. Well, this is something that we regularly do. It's like it's a big interview that we had with this guy. We've been trying to get it for like 2 weeks now, and I think they finally got it. So he's telling his story. This guy has a movie made about him. I mean, it's really interesting. I'm not telling you what to do, but if you're going to listen to somebody, that's not a bad guy. I'm putting the thing in the Telegram just one moment. All right, I am sending it to you. So just, and in this one, don't come up to speak. No, they already said they're not going to take any speakers except for the main guy. No, I know you're not. But just in case, I know, just in case you were in this one, you don't speak. Yesterday was fine. Today, it wouldn't be a big deal, but I've already said they're not taking any speakers. All right, I sent you a link.
I saw similar things, but from a different perspective, but the same feeling. And I was like, I got to where you said, and I didn't have a lot going on. For a little while. And I piled every fucking cent I had. I went to $4 at the time, way
horizontal.
And then that's where my life started. And then
transom.
And then all like the COVID, it was like the trail of COVID, right? Like we had to cut staff, so we laid people off. I obviously didn't take salary. Then my wife.
Shit.
All right, I got the link.
Excellent.
All right, I'll talk to you when it's over.
Excellent. Cool.
All right, see you.
Yeah.
It became kind of a heated argument. She wanted to start like some MLM coaching business. So fast forward, little by little, like a couple months before the big rip, I had to like peel it down and basically get rid of almost all my bags, pay my fucking mortgage, pay my kids' tuition, and help my wife set up her business. So instead of like the millions of dollars I would have had, I got 2 excellent unused pallets of gluten-free health bars.
Damn, bro. Here's the crazy part, man. That story is wild. You got 10 million dollars. That's crazy. Like, honestly, here's the thing. I feel like if I had bought Dogecoin years before it popped off, that I would have been just like everybody else. You know, as soon as, like, for example, I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but if you held Dogecoin, at the very end of January, I want to say it was January 27th to be exact, because that was the day that I bought $40 worth of Dogecoin just to test it out, just to try the waters. It was the day after GameStop happened, I think, or the day of, or something like that. It was around that time, and I was like, let me try this shit out, right? So I put $40 in a Dogecoin, and this was at a penny. This one Dogecoin was at a penny. The very next day, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the very next day, Dogecoin shoots up to 8 cents, right? That had never happened before, ever, in the history of Dogecoin. It shoots up to 8 cents. Vitalik talks about this, because Vitalik bought $20,000 worth of Dogecoin a few years before. So he saw it pop from a penny, right? Which maybe it had hit a penny before once or twice or something, but it had never hit 8 cents, right? And so he said that when Dogecoin hit 8 cents, he literally called, because I think his phrases were all over the place, but he called his family to like sell all the Dogecoin. So I don't remember if he sold everything at 8 cents or he sold half of it or something, but he sold it because he had been tracking Dogecoin for like 5 years and nothing like that had ever happened. So he thought that was the top. He literally sold all of his Dogecoin cents, right? Something that nobody in their wildest dreams could have imagined could have happened to Dogecoin. Like seriously, it was the craziest thing ever. And so I'm and mind you, I'm $40 in. I'm $40 in at a penny a Dogecoin, right? And the next day when it goes to like 8 cents, I'm watching that $40 8x over like right in front of my face. I'm looking at it as it's happening. It goes from 40 to 80, 80 to 100, 120, 152, 220, 253, 350. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? Like nothing I'd ever bought in the stock market had ever happened like that. So I'm literally like, just my mind is blown at this point where I'm like, if this can happen right now, it can happen again. It can definitely happen again. And I have to be ready the next time it pops off like this. And that's literally was my mindset. Like I have to get ready because this is gonna happen again. I don't know if it'll be in a week, I don't know if it'll be in a month, I don't know if it'll be in a year, but this shit I have to be ready. I have to be strapped in, fucking bags packed, let's fucking go. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what happened. And a week or two after that is when I went all in. I fucking sold all of my stocks. I maxed out 2 credit cards. I fucking called family and friends for money to invest in Dogecoin and put everything I had into it because I was like, this shit's gonna happen at some point. I don't know when, but I need to be fucking ready. And yeah, that's what the fuck happened.
How much did you put in total after you called everybody and maxed
So
out?
this is the thing. I had so mind you, I started investing a few years before that, right? So within a year or two, I probably saved up $30,000 in my bank of just like living below my means, literally buying essentials, bare minimum, skeleton bones, living like gas, bills, fucking cars paid for with fucking like my car was a fucking beat up piece of shit. Like I was driving around in a fucking hoopty, okay? But I wasn't paying car, insurance. I wasn't paying car payments, and my insurance was super low. So I was literally living off of essentials, and everything else was going into Robinhood, into stocks. And I had been piling it into Tesla in like 2019. So I had about $30,000 in a Tesla. All in, I was all in on Tesla without realizing I'm all in. I'm just fucking investing. And in my mind, that was the fucking number one move. And so, anyways, my 30K in Tesla within like 3 or 4 years balloons to fucking 250, bro. I'm sitting here at $250,000, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, all right, cool. This is what's up. And then the GameStop thing happens, and so I'm like, all right, bet. I put in like 20,000 in the GameStop, and then I bought AMC, and I bought fucking Bed Bath & Beyond, Nokia, fucking all the meme stocks, right? I started in meme stocks, and so that 250 dumps down to like, I lost a bunch of money, so that 250 dumps down to like 180. So that's about how much I put in. I put in $180,000 in a Dogecoin at like 3 cents, 3-4 cents a day.
Heck yeah, man. No, that's great. I wish you'd been around in the early Doge days because there was a chat, and if you would just go and talk in the chat, people would just tip Doge. They would just for no reason. It's just this yeah, Nico, you remember?
Yeah, there was if you go in the Doge IRC chat, they used to rain Doge on you. I got like 25,000 Doge, but from that, actually quarter of a million Doge. Sorry,
just from chatting.
But well, this was like in an
IRC. Like you would just.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Yeah, you would just go like basically like either beg for Doge or like just talk at people, like just to talk at all, you would get tips. The more you kind of like set a big, but either way, small Doge, I feel like that would have been your Coliseum, my friend. So I wish you would have been there before.
Back then, because I used to solo mine Doge in 2013 and 14. Initially started on the G before Biz. I mined 28 million of it, but of course I sold it all in like 2018. Because all of the exchanges that were supporting Doge at the time, like Cripsy, Montgomery, Bitrex, Cloniex, they were all like real super shady. I'm like, I'm getting out of this. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, but like you could have had all your Doge put in a wallet, right? You didn't have to use exchanges.
Oh, I know, but
well, back then though, it didn't look like there was going to be a way to get out.
Yeah, it seemed very.
The prices were at a top.
I didn't make much money from that at all, but. Anyway, if I would have held it a little bit longer, of course, hindsight's 2020. But I was solo mining, and back on there was this old Doge pool called Doge House, and
and I just had my dual GPU miner on my PC run 24/7. I had 28 million Doge in 2014.
Damn, bro. And that was like, you were merge mining Litecoin, right? So you had a bunch of Litecoin too.
I don't remember, to be honest with you. But
yeah, so dude, can you break that down a little bit? I think a lot of people don't understand the relationship between Dogecoin and Litecoin, and I think it's one that people should keep an eye on. So if I'm remembering correctly, Lucky Coin was a fork of Bitcoin, and then a fork of Lucky Coin became Litecoin. And I feel like Dogecoin was literally just like a carbon copy. And for whatever reason, I'm trying to remember exactly how they ended up merge mining. I don't know if Dogecoin was a fork of Litecoin, maybe it was. But for whatever reason, it used the exact same power to mine. And people that were mining Dogecoin also got they got a pair. They got the Litecoin pair. And if you were mining Litecoin, you got the Dogecoin pair. And so what people were doing is they were merge mining both Dogecoin and Litecoin. And then they were selling one of them. You know what I mean? They were either selling all their Doge for money and then saving the Litecoin, or selling all their Litecoin, saving the Dogecoin. I don't know exactly how that was even possible at the time, but like I'm pretty sure it's something along those lines.
Part of the I can jump in to say that I'm not sure as to, and that's a great explanation, by the way. I'm trying to remember what would make it possible. It's just basically like the fact that, you know, the hashes can be used across both. But my understanding from back then was that like it was kind of needed to keep Doge safe from like 51% attacks and stuff. Like there just wasn't the right mining space around it otherwise.
And bro, I know you like the 28 million Dogecoin story is crazy. But, and I'm sure you didn't make, you know, damn near, nowhere near as much as you could have. But shit, man, like the Billy story was crazy too. Fucking the creator of Dogecoin sold, you know, all he had, which at the time was like 5 million Dogecoin for whatever reason. And he bought like a used Honda Civic in like 2016 or something. Like, how crazy is that?
Isn't that where the used car meme comes from, right?
Bro, it's definitely used car. I mean, you know what?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like the ad. Yeah, if I recall correctly, that was like he said something. Either like I forget if it was in the chat or whatever. He's like, "Yeah, I'm getting a check from used car."
You know what? It could be exactly from that. That's crazy. I never even thought about that. Yeah, that's hilarious.
That's why I sold. I saw him sell, and there was no.
Wait. So it was a big deal when he sold, right? Because he created Dogecoin and he's completely out of it.
Right.
Yeah, the Litecoin founder sold too, and honestly, like he sold it so aggressively that the 2017 top was higher than the 2021 top.
And he had a T-shirt that said "Hold Charlie Lee."
Yeah, the famous Charlie Lee. But yeah, that's definitely like it's kind of funny. Like these days, like we're kind of so far into crypto that you don't really have a situation where it's like, oh, I got to dump because like the founder of this major thing is dumping. But like people don't realize like stuff that are like top 10 tokens, like multi-billion-dollar projects, like it used to be so small that like one person selling.
So you said the founder of Litecoin sold aggressively, right? So what did he do as far as like price action? Like where did he bring it down to, and how often did he sell?
I don't know, I don't know the numbers offhand, but I remember he sold the top in 2017, like his basically entire bag. It caused like someone, can correct me on this, but I think it was over a 90% drawdown. It's like the worst of any of the majors in that cycle. And then they never made, I don't know if LTC's made an all-time high since then. I know they did it. Yeah, they did it. Like that's how badly he sold. Because to your point, the Dogecoin creator, Billy, like he didn't have enough supply where like that sale.
Right. He had 5
actions that they never picked up.
Just like
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But with Litecoin, it was like insane. It was an insanely high amount of circuit. Yeah, it was also like not even T-block.
And the worst part is,
it wasn't even T-block.
They were tracking his wallet and they saw that he was selling.
Didn't he get a bunch of shit for it? Is he not excommunicated from crypto? Like, what the fuck happened? Like, nobody got.
Must have been that big Litecoin community.
I mean, I guess, but like, I feel like. No, I'm saying, they never were informed. That was like sort of
like a nuclear bomb to your community to do like that. And I don't really think that I mean, there's a few like little pockets of Litecoin discussion. And the funny thing is, like I tell like other folks, like besides like BTC, it's at this point now where I guess it's ETH Classic and Dogecoin are the next two largest proof of work coins, and then it's Litecoin, or they're always floating around the top three.
Right? How crazy is it that Dogecoin is a bigger market cap than Litecoin?
How about that? How about the silver?
Oh, it's not crazy at all. It makes like total sense.
Isn't that ironic?
Like Dogecoin is very. It's ironic, but like honestly, man, like Dogecoin, it's always been innovative. Like when it came out, it actually was like kind of the first, like you could say, like BTC killer, really, where it's like, hey, the cost of these transactions are actually going to be low enough. It's going to be based on proof of work, like. So it does make kind of sense to me, but I know what you mean, right? Like given the way that the LTC people were treating it as recent as like the last cycle, it's just nuts. So I mean, what do you think, Slum Doge? Like, do you see like, you know, with meme coins being such a big deal for this cycle, like are we going to start to see things be compared to Doge? Like, oh, this is the beta of Doge.
Here's the crazy part, man. Like honestly, you know, Dogecoin is the godfather of all these meme coins, right? Like you're paying homage every time you create a meme coin, or every time you pump a meme coin or buy a new one. You're paying homage to the original, right? So that's something that I've always thought about. Where a lot of times, like I would do, even today, like whenever I do podcasts, whenever I do interviews and stuff, everybody wants to ask me like, "Hey man, do you think the joke's gonna wear off? Do you think Dogecoin is gonna be dead?" And I'm like, you can't. The joke can't wear off if it's the originator of all jokes, right? So it's like the same way Bitcoin is the originator of all crypto. Bitcoin is not going to just go out of style. You know what I'm saying? You can't go out of style being the creator of everything. And so I look at Dogecoin a lot like I look at Bitcoin. I was like, okay, this is the creator of meme coins. This is the first time, the first meme coin ever created, and this is what birthed everything else. Like the only reason Shiba is in the fucking billions of market cap is because of Dogecoin. The only reason Dog with Hat is a thing. The only reason Bonk is a thing. The only reason Floki is a thing. Like I just named off the top of my head like top 4 dog meme coins that were all based off Dogecoin. All came from Dogecoin. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, sure, the next cycle's meta might not be dog coins, even though the way it's getting primed right now, I would see that really happening as far as straying too far away from it. Because just look at Bonk and Dog with Hat. These coins were nothing 6 months ago. You know what I mean? Like 8 months ago.
No, you're completely right. And to the dog point too, like I first started buying Bonk back when it like came out in January last year, because it's just kind of obvious, right? It's like, oh, this is gonna be the Doge of Solana. It's a dog token. And by the way, you're not wrong. Like you're right about dog tokens and being the flavor going forward. I think a lot of Westerners don't know this, but in China, it's very common within Chinese crypto circles. They'll talk about a token either being a bad dog or a golden dog. And like that's like a real thing, right? And like literally Doge is the golden dog. So like you're so hitting the nail on the head when you say like this is the originator, this is the inventor. And if you look, we're Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, and Inu. And that's for a reason, because at the end of the day, we're a dog.
Exactly, you guys are an Inu. Exactly, that's the crazy thing about it. But honestly, to your point, you're 100% correct, man. And the thing is this: as much as I believe that Pepe is gonna have a legendary run, and I really believe that. I think Pepe is gonna go to like 70, 80, 90 billion market cap, something like crazy. Just because if I had to be like, okay, pick a new Dogecoin, right, for the next bull cycle. Like what do you think is going to do numbers like Dogecoin? Outside of the fact that I think Dogecoin is going to do numbers regardless, just because Dogecoin goes off of Bitcoin. So, the more successful Bitcoin is, the more successful Dogecoin is. Like, the boat raises all tides. That's what's going to happen. If I had to pick the next Dogecoin, bro, it's Pepe. That's a no fucking brainer. Like currently, right now in the marketplace, Pepe is the biggest meme coin in the new cycle, right? So currently, right now, I think it's at 3.5 billion, right? Yesterday it was at like 2.8 billion, right? So within a day, it's gone up $500 million. That makes no fucking sense, right? Anyways, 3.5 billion. The next meme coin under Pepe is fucking what? Dog with hat? That's at 2.5 or 2.9 or some shit like that billion market cap. The very next coin is a dog coin. So it's like, as much as I want Pepe to be successful, I want Pepe to go crazy. I want Pepe to have a legendary run. I know for a fact, last cycle, that when Dogecoin went crazy, what did people do? The second everyone realized this shit was going to the moon and fucking taking the fuck off, they felt like, think about this. Dogecoin, you saw it 2 months ago, 3 months ago at a penny, right? Next time you look, Dogecoin's at 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents. You're like, fuck, I missed out. I fucking missed out on shit. What is the next thing? It's human nature. You automatically go for the next best thing, right? And at that time, what was the next best thing? Shiba Inu coin, which was the breed of dog that Doge was, right? So it's like, if I can't have Dogecoin, I'm gonna get the breed of dog that Dogecoin is. Shiba Inu, let's fucking go, right? And it got such a massive following that at one split second, I want to say Shiba flipped Dogecoin last cycle, right? And so it's like, that's how fervent the fucking energy was behind Dogecoin, right? Like, they wanted to find the next Dogecoin so bad, right? So if I look at
Shit flipped. It flipped Doge, but the issue, the reason why it flipped Doge is that FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, he was the founder of SHIB and made an insider deal to get perks on it.
Oh,
so that's why.
I did not know. Well, that's why it flipped. I did not know that.
So I can tell you that. So this had a really crazy impact on the OTC world. So like overnight, all of a sudden everybody's being told like we gotta add SHIB, right? Like SHIB, like FTX. Everybody else is pushing on it. But here's the thing, SHIB, like those decimals go on forever. And I'm not a quant dev, but like the other quant devs, they're like, I don't know how to add this right away. Like this is just so many decimal points. So like there was this kind of hilarious thing where essentially like your ability to start taking on SHIB risk and get out of it was based on your developer's ability to code for like all of these like ratios, I guess. And I don't know if they were just they could just be given as that as an excuse as to why like they didn't, like whoever knows, like it is what it is, but everyone was thrown into disarray. And but you could also tell that there was something kind of pushing it, like
you said. Honestly, that makes perfect sense. Now that you guys mentioned it, because
they were both in Karma Down.
Yeah, that's what incubated Shiba Inu. Yeah, I know. But yeah, anyways, like with that, with everything, community, all this stuff, it flipped Dogecoin momentarily, right? And that kind of sets a shockwave for the entire industry, where everybody's like, oh shit, anything can happen, right? Anything can fucking happen. And so I feel like this time around with Pepe, we're gonna see something similar, to be completely honest. And I feel like if anything, I'm giving you guys alpha right now. As common sense as this is, in my opinion, I feel like Pepe's gonna have a legendary fucking run up, right? You're gonna start having normies, your cousins, your fucking aunts, your fucking grandma is gonna be like, hey man, what's up with this? I feel like Pepe's gonna go crazy. And then I feel like people are going to be like, I missed out on Pepe. What's the next Pepe? You don't agree?
I think the next Pepe would be us.
Pepe is done. I think that's it. Just the only reason why it is where it is now is because of all the exchange listings. It has basically zero community. They have no Telegram. They've never had an IRL event. You can't talk to the founders.
I mean, at the same time, that's what people should look at as a strength. Because it's like, none of this was supposed to happen. None of this was like Pepe devs are gone. Everybody's gone, right? Now it's a community takeover. And now you can't even talk to the devs. You can't, it's become its own thing. It has a life of its own at this point. There's no way to contact anybody over there.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I also think like the IP is spread out over other collections that have maybe not the community size claim, but certainly the provenance claim, because they were there with Pepe, Coin ETH, and a few other things before. And that, I think, is my only thing that the IP's all over.
No, I get that. I mean, honestly, one of the strongest things about you guys is the originality behind the meme. To become hats off to you guys, man. I say this shit all the fucking time. Like, you guys really took something that everybody was trying to hop on the next meme point, and what do, right? They hop on the backs of some IP, right? these like threads on BuzzFeed or whatever that was like the 10 funniest copycat brands or like bootleg stuff you can buy off the streets, right? And then there was like a backpack of like Sonic missing an eyeball or a Hello Kitty with a mouth on her. You know what I mean? Like just shit that made no fucking sense because people were just trying to sell things and trying to come up. Bro, it's just funny. It's just fucking funny. It's hilarious. I think you guys fucking nailed it. You killed it. Even the Sprotos.
It's funny you mentioned a backpack because that's literally where the actual logo and name came from. It's actually like backpack exactly like that. So you would have seen a thread with the image of our original backpack in like 2013.
So yeah, that's where that's from.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I think you might have even seen that or something. Yeah, we actually derived the entire thing from one of those great original backpacks. That's like a legendary.
Yeah, and I think there's like also stores in China, right, where they try to copy Michael Jordan. And like they spell Jordan wrong or some shit, or like the logo on the clothes, the legs are stretched out too wide. It doesn't even look like a Jordan logo. You know what I mean? Like that whole thing is a meta in itself, right? Out there in China. So it's like there's even stores called like USA Hot Dog America 1, number 1, or some shit like that, right?
It's the right. It'll be all of the technical alignment work. It'll be societal impacts, economic impact.
Good. And then it just like literally created your own fucking thing out of thin air, pretty much, right? So I've always had this huge respect for you guys. Like, even when I talked about meme coins, when I'm like, the next big meme coins in the next cycle, I'm always like Pepe and Harry Potter. I'm always on like 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are always on top of this, man.
Oh yeah, we saw that video, the interview that you've done with that guy. What was the name of that guy?
A recent one?
Like, I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Daniel got hits.
Yeah, that was it.
It could have been him. Yeah. And the thing is, I've never talked to the team directly. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even know the fight with BitBoy. I didn't even know that was the you know what I'm saying? I didn't know it was you. Like, I didn't know it was the main devil on the front.
I had to tell him.
Morgan had to tell because I think I did a fucking poll, right? And I was like, who do you guys think is gonna win, BitBoy or the other guy? Like, I had no idea. It wasn't even like on no disrespect. I just honestly didn't know.
Yeah, so funny.
So I've just been a fan. I've just been a fan this whole time.
I really appreciate it. What's up, bro? What's going on?
No, I love that fight. I watched it live. I mean, honestly, it took hours to get to the fight, but once the fight actually started, it was awesome. I mean, props to BitBoy, like watching BitBoy, like that was actually insane. Like, honestly, like I couldn't believe how hard, your dev went versus BitBoy. It was just, are you more late or is he like not on stage?
Yeah, more late to the post.
Okay, I couldn't tell. I was like, I didn't see him on stage. Where's more late? He must have been here. Okay. Yeah, like when you were, so you were fighting BitBoy. That was wild, man. I mean, how did that feel?
It was insane. It was one of the scarier things I've done in the past few years. I was totally not expecting him to be all like enraged and like charging at me and pushing me like on the ground and shit. It was really crazy. I was training for like kind of a relatively easy striking fight or something. And it's turned into this total like mess. It was crazy. So it was really fun. I did it for the glory.
You want to know something crazy, man? I actually thought you were gonna win for the simple fact that you just seemed like you were in better shape than BitBoy.
I was. Thank you. Yeah, I was in better shape, but my team was actually really fun. I said, tell you instead of whatever. So or whatever. And I had to go through that. My fault. But it was crazy because the elevation was like I think he wants to do it again later on in the fall. I would be amenable to doing it again, like later on for context. But yeah, man, like outside of like physical readiness of whatever you guys had, Bitboy had something to fight for. You know what I mean? Like Bitboy was going in there not just physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Like Bitboy was trying to fight his demons through you. You know what I mean? And fucking everything that he had was just like accumulated into this one fight where he just had to win no matter what. So I feel like he had you on that. You just went for a fight. He went for the fucking destiny. And yeah, I agree, man. I think you're totally right. He actually said something to that effect the next day after the fight. He was like, "Bro, you have no idea how much I needed that win. So thank you." I kind of feel like he said, "Bro, after all the shit I've been through in my life, like if I lost it, I needed it. You know." So I was like, "All right, yeah, that's something fun." Because I don't really care. Like, yeah, I'm not like king fighter. Like, I don't really think of myself as like I gotta win this shit or else. But it would have been sick to win, obviously. But we'll rematch the guy. Whatever. I'll have to put on like. And as a side note, I should have totally threw like $100,000 at tickers that hit Bitcoin that night, bro. Because I think the price went to like 50 million, right, or 60. No, I thought it hit like 30 or something. I don't know. It dropped down, and I was like, this is the perfect time to throw $100,000 at it. It would have been, yeah, that was like the tip of this. Yeah, some people were sort of curving us and saying, oh, that's the end of the coin, like he lost, therefore the coin's going down forever. And right, that was like, it was a small dip and then it rocketed way up. So, yeah, I think it was actually a testament to how great the community is because everyone, was rallying behind me and being sick about it, and like, being, just like really showing a lot of support. And I think that's really resonated with a lot of people. They were like, wait a minute, like this photos are sick, this community is really, really, intense in a good way, and they're not, it's not, they're not for money, they're for like the fun and like the kind of the whole project. So it was really cool. I think everyone got to see how great this is. Here's a random question, bro. I should probably know the answer to, but where did you guys get the name Frodo's, and what came behind the idea of the NFT? It's an NFT collection, right? Yeah. Great question. No, it's funny. Actually, it's a funny word that came out incidentally from what's got airdrop Tony. I think was the guy in the BSC days. Quote was originally owned by a smart chain. Came out in November 2021. We were all just community members. Actually, one of the very first community takeovers, funnily enough, because it was launched by some guy, and then we don't know who he is. Disappeared forever. And we just kind of started picking up the pieces, like running the coin, etc. And decided to go switch over to the ETH version. But this Frodo's coming from airdrop Tony being like, we were all starting to chill, even though we were down. He was like, all right, guys, keep going. That's Frodo. He meant Spirit. But he was like, oh. So we were like, oh, that's Frodo, spamming it a million times. And then it became like, all right, guys, like, we're feeling this Frodo. Like, it just became more of like part of this lexicon. And the NFTs, we did that as a nice thing for our holders. Way back, we had sort of retraced from like 10 million on the initial pump to like 600, 700K, I think, really brutal. And so no one wanted to be friends with us, no one wanted to be the board anymore. And we were like, well, fuck, some people stuck around, like some people were still making funny memes and stuff like that. And Telegram, going crazy. We were like, all right, well, for these guys, we had these drawings lying around from before the Butterfly. Why don't we like spin those up into an NFT collection, just give them to the guys, who stuck around to show, our appreciation. And we were like, okay, we don't want to fuck it up. Like, we want to make sure it fits out. Let's give people fives. And then we were like, no, we don't really know how to do it. Let's do this by ear. None of us launched NFT or fives. And we were like, okay, well, let's just give everyone like 10, let's say, whatever. And then I forget we did some other stuff like free bit kind of stuff, but it went really, really well. We're very good at launches. Same with the coin. It's like one of the first launches ever. And everyone was super happy. We got 10 Frodos, and the price started going nuts. And we were like, hey, we've actually created something in and of itself pretty cool. It wasn't just like a giveaway. It actually became its own kind of thing, because everything's one of one. I didn't get the whole spiel, but check it out on OpenSea. I think it's the only NFTs I'm interested in. So I like it, bro, and I'm surprised that, like, bro, 99.99% of the time, if anybody gets a free airdrop, they dump it ASAP. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm surprised that, like, it actually held strong and then people, gravitated to it even more. Really good point. Actually, I didn't even think of that, but you're right. Nobody really dumps too many of this. Bro, I can pick my mom and don't test, but that's about it. Everyone else is allowed to. And yeah, I think you're right. That's again like another testament to how sick the community is. People are really in it for beyond just like let's flip this for 2x and go on to the next thing with whatever whatever. I think you see we've lasted since last May too, so it's kind of rare. But same with Dogecoin. I think it's just a long living meme coin. I think there's a lot of parallels to be drawn. I'm not gonna say we're like the next one, but I can say like we could enter that pantheon that Dogecoin is in and kind of found it to begin with. So that's the goal. We want to get
my thing too is that I despise derivatives, man. I hate derivatives with a passion. And so the crazy thing is, like I said, you guys created something completely original, completely one-on-one. You even see that with the NFT collection, one-on-one on everything. And the craziest thing to me was reliving the moments you guys were taking off, but seeing over, right? Like there were so many. It was like Knuckles, Robotnik, President Bush, Cheney. You know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck? You guys can't have shit. Nobody can have shit. Like everybody, you just made some work last night, right? Kind of what they're gonna do, right? It's a bunch of stickers like together. It kind of feels like a right? There you go. I had it kind of repetitive, but it's like I was on his face. I don't know. It's like right when like the big wave of derivatives came out, and so it's like, oh, take a Bitcoin, guys. You guys created the meme sandwich now. I didn't know what the fuck that was. Hilarious. I never thought about that meme sandwich. Man, people now like complain about that was happening. I thought that was funny. I was like, oh, if this is like this, that's the fucking winner. Yeah, because then I saw ticker symbol XRP, ticker symbol Ethereum, ticker symbol, all these other different ones. You gotta take this compliment. It's just sort of, this is different for every day. So, we didn't take it as a bad thing. We really do. We sort of try to figure out any kind of strategies that we're going to get, but like we can't do. Look at other people's heads go, hey, don't release this thing. Like, it's very funny. So, we say, what we try to do as a way we build this thing is like growth and grade. We can kind of give ratings to various NFT projects that are like derivatives, whether they because back or not, they get like an A, B, or C, or whether they totally ignore ever talking to us as well as chatting with us. That's like an app. Yeah. So that kind of at least gives people in the market like some barometer of what's going on, at least for like our sentiment and our the good thing about derivatives is that it sort of amplifies your brand. But the bad thing is that if derivatives act in bad faith and fuck around a rug or something, you're almost guilty by implication. It's like, oh, those coins are all fucked up. It's like, I'm right by one again. So that's not a good goal. I'm very proud of our brand. 100%. And I have a perfect example of that. So, for example, I work directly with Squidgrow, right? I'm an ambassador of Squidgrow. And they're an amazing world, super solid individuals. I met them in real life, shook their hands, looked them in the face. Guys had conversations for hours. Now we behind the project, I know 1,000% sure that these guys are good guys, right? And Squidgrow was just the name put together by the founder, who's also a Bitcoin billionaire, and was one of the Squidgrow millionaires. So he created this project because all his friends were getting drugged, and they were like, I'm going to create my own project, make it safe. Let all my friends and family buy into it, make money eventually, right? And so the craziest thing is he made the name Squidgrow because at the time was a thing, right? And then he also was a big fan of Arrow. And so he put Squidgrow and Arrow together to create Squidgrow, right? The only problem was around that time there was a Squid Games token that was a famous honeypot that literally took everybody's money and dumped on them. And it just made us look crazy by this decision because the name was similar, right? And so it's the hardest thing even today. Like, we talk about Squidgrow, someone's like, yeah, isn't it not that one coin that rubbed everybody? It's like, no, that was Squid Games. Like, yeah, I get it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think it's a good point. And so, I know what can you do? Sort of like, I actually remember that class, but it's worth it. And I remember that. And that sounds great. What can you do? You're association, and you got to get them as almost with other guys.
I still have like an NDA on this, so I can't get into everything. But I can say that like I was championing them on the OTC side to get them listed everywhere, and we've gotten pretty much everything done. Gotten them on all the major exchanges, finance, marketing done, and the last leg is North American based exchanges, right? Based on North American retail. And so that all happened in about a span of like 2 or 3 days. And so it just led to a concern in the department. And that's why you see, like, for example, they still doesn't pay still. What happens is that, well, they sold out.
Yeah, I have to watch an exchange by finance.
Yeah, but they sold the bond. They moved it because they knew for a fact North America was not in the picture. No. So, again, this is like, I wasn't on their team. I don't know how it went down. Like, I know that, we have 30 individuals on that team who are holders of our token, and we're friendly with them, and this isn't anything directed at them. But for the admin who did do it, they were simply just looking for profit, is what you can kind of infer. Because it wasn't in response to anything happening. It was just, trying to get money. Because of this, though, like, that was the reasoning that we were getting. And it wasn't like I wasn't on the team. I was working for the largest market maker in crypto at the time. So, like, if we didn't have a push on it, like, no one else would have a push on it. And it ultimately came to that.
So the only thing that makes sense in my head is if I was part of that team or part of the core team, and we had held Pepe for so long, why would you sell right before getting into the North American market? That doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it was, and that, this stuff is all tricky, right? Like, I can understand how, especially with anybody where you're coming from getting, you know what it's like, and so do many other people on this, in this spaces, right? We know what it's like to go from like zero to everything really quickly. But because of that action, it definitely hurt other projects, and it hurt Pepe too. Like, it wouldn't be listed there. But hey, it's crypto. Everything kind of just moves at the end of the day. So I think that we're going to be okay too. But yeah, I can tell you that the way that a lot of that stuff goes down is either it's a long go, right? Like, it took some major tokens years before they hit, the North American retail-based exchanges. It can be really fast. It can be like, I'll tell you with Boom, for example, recently, it's not like anybody was connected with their team and like KYC them and then listing them on exchange. It was more so like these exchanges are seeing, hey, we're going to get a ton of volume. At the end of the day, where exchanges make their money is on the spread, so they can have what's called wide spread, which means you don't get expenses. So like, we can get very wide on these spreads, we can get a ton of volume. So let's throw it on there for listing. That is a much different situation. So going forward,
or like some disagreement on some insider shit where they just don't fuck with them. You know what I mean? Like, because if we're talking making money, we're talking businesses. One day so this country, so it's like, I get it, I 100% get it. The only way that I can explain the multi-sig dumping the way it did is if there was an internal argument, or they had a fight between themselves, and they were like, let me get the fuck out of here before they know, right? So I'm sure everybody's not even friends with whoever the hell this team was, but for them to all like,
oh yeah, there's a ton of stuff over there. I mean, I'll say that it's like for just for your if you're interested, the reason why someone like Coinbase might not list that is because they are basically calculating the regulatory costs are going to be higher than anything they make commercially. Like if you look at Kraken, they've had to pay 9-figure fines for Binance obviously had to pay an incredibly high fine and lose seasons. So Coinbase, like, of something like, I don't want to lose my job over this. Like, I know that we can make it. Yeah, like, we're going to be fine. Like, we're a publicly traded company. We're huge. Like, we don't need this payday to be able to do it. So the risk profiles we see on those exchanges, it totally has to do with what they have to lose. Like Gemini, I would say maybe different. You know, so I don't want to say like what that. Did you see what they said? They released about having private racism or something. I think that's bullshit. So the racism was a lot of the trend. No, the racism was a lot of the older TradFi people didn't have that issue. Like I had to write a whole memo on why Pepe wasn't racist and everything, like to try to like argue it to them. That was more like the old TradFi people that had kind of like gone into crypto, right? The reason that they didn't list it is just because they knew that, like, especially with after the multi-sig event, it was likely to just bring scrutiny. Now, what's kind of ironic is that Pepe actually, like, if we're talking, I'm not going to try to get too dirty here, but is the Howey and Reeves tests that are used to determine in the U.S. if something is a security, and they're the only tests that you would want to fail. You know, you do not want to pass those tests. Pepe actually has a great argument for not passing those tests. It fails in a lot of the common enterprise regards. It fails in like investment contract regards, especially if you look at the XRP case with Judge Torres. But no 15 of that case, she ruled that if you have a project selling directly to institutional buyers, that it's not a security. That if you have someone reselling a securitized asset to retail, it is. And so by that argument, if you just deploy an asset and people are buying it on say Uniswap, right? That's not a direct sale. Like the issuer is not. Yeah, if you as the issuer are not performing direct sales, what's kind of ironic is that the Judge Torres sort of said that retail customers don't have protections that institutional ones do, when usually it's kind of the opposite case. So that's a common note. But this is all to say that Pepe, like they actually think that there wouldn't be regulatory hindrances to them being listed in a North American sector. Next, the only reason that there have been hindrances were things such as like the multi-sig client system, and it comes down to there's only so much you can do when you're looking to get listed in such a big well, thanks for that explanation. I feel like a lot of people learned a lot right now. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I know. So if anyone has any questions, let me know, raise your hand, and we can screen about this. Happy to take up for just a little here. I guess crypto addicts is requesting a couple of this, but let's bring up this time. Thank you so much for requesting about next. So, crypto addicts, how you doing, buddy?
don't buy Bitcoin, get the hell out of here. Love you guys.
What's going on, Jacob?
Promotional deal, I got it.
Human life looks like if it's in.
Do you know who Ray Kurzweil is?
What's up?
Do you know who Ray Kurzweil is?
No, I'm not familiar with that name.
He's it's like the grandfather of AI.
I'll take your word for it.
He's brilliant. And this is a really good interview with him. And what up, Nexus, you slut? Nexus, we've been waiting for you. I was waiting here for like weeks. I was like, dude, when the fuck is Nexus going to be here? And Tempura and Jacob Scott were like, dog, settle down, Rabbi. Nexus will be here. Don't worry. And here you are. How you doing, baby? Oh, great, thank God. How about you? Hell yeah. Were you just in that Twitter space, yo? Hell yeah. That guy's got an inspiring story. So do I understand this correctly? He made $1 million with $40. Absolutely.
Under a year, but definitely go on.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least we got to get another good kid. And, you know, that kid, man, I tell you, I don't care how bad that kid.
Oh yeah, I'm a lifelong dedicated Hawks fan. I'm Chicago, so I like everything. But well, Green Bay Packers and Cubs.
Yeah, I grew up playing hockey all my life. I'm a big fan of Capital, right? But I root for players.
Yeah, sure, stuff is brilliant matchup. You want opposing team.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, they beat me, but you know what? It's good for that guy because I like him.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. If you like the sport, you kind of like jack to it all as opposed to just like go one team. But because they're in a playoff, you kind of have to be at the game. So other than that, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I love hockey. When it's not crypto, other things, music, whatever. Hockey's kind of my calling, my brain, and perfect. So all we ever did is a lot of church. Come on, crypto.
But you for my info?
I didn't mean to interrupt or anything.
No, you're absolutely not. We're happy you're here, Nexus Blade Letter. I'm glad you could confirm. I mean, Jacob, didn't it seem like he made 40? I don't know if you heard, but with $40, he made $1 million?
Well, he kind of added to that. He had some other investments as well, but I definitely got some of it.
Okay. Now, that was part of the part that made him a millionaire?
Almost definitely. Yeah, so definitely investing money wisely.
Have you sold any of his goods or not yet?
Well, here's the thing. If he didn't, am I missing out on something? He was saying that the coin was at like 225, but I looked at the chart. It looks like it hit an all-time high, like 64 cents.
I don't think we ever sold.
Okay. Yeah, so it,
I don't mean to digress, but did you happen to see my my Twitter account profile picture? It's actually got Taylor Swift holding a sign that says Trump won. I mean, I bring it up because there's obviously some indiscrepancies in the kind of mass populace, so to speak, as opposed to just a political view. I'm saying like Sonic Hedgehog, Obama stuff, just having the indication of Obama in there could have some political drawback to the coin itself. So I'm trying to say.
Whatever you guys believe in your values, that's a big part of politics or something, right?
Well, I'm just saying, you're trying to push this point in general. Can't push this Obama.
I think
but time someone related to it, you're asking someone to discrepancy mass production of it.
I think it is. I think it would.
Totally get it. Don't get it wrong.
It would flow, right? It wouldn't roll off the tongue better.
But it's got a lot of political connections to it, no matter how you want to waiver it in.
hold on, without getting political, I don't know how we got here. Back to Doge, its all-time high, it's 73 cents, and this guy said he bought it a penny. So that means he only did a 73x unless I'm missing something, is that correct? I'm not sure. Right, so if he became a millionaire, I mean, I don't doubt him, and I think he's got a great story. I'm just trying to replicate it with $40, kind of. So if I took $1 million divided by 70, let's say 76, something like that. So that means he had to eventually invest at least $13,000 at that price point. And he didn't. He said he invested like $40. So he had to put some significant wealth of his family in there, perhaps.
I think one day I'm going and we had interviews yesterday, and then talk more.
Okay, so
And then he also did say at the beginning of because how much Doge we have, so we call it. But he was like saying he was US dollars.
okay. So, all right. Well, so he just did really well on it. So perhaps he had a 73, 76x on it. Well,
He also has that how was many videos. I hope he gets vindicated. I hope all of them. I hope all of them. I hope proper plan get out of it. You believe in the Lord?
absolutely. So, Jacob, I don't know. Nexus just brought up a good point. He said he saw another interview with Slumdoge Millionaire where Slumdoge said two things that are, I think, really important to clearing up how this guy made all this money. The first was that he might consider himself a Doge millionaire, which is really like 100,000-aire or like a 10,000-aire, and that's fine. I mean, he's doing well in other investments too. Like you said, he invested his mom's money, so that's a really important point that you brought up. And then the other point was that Nexus just brought it up. There's the mom. He said in an interview that he invested more. Welcome, Vamp. How are you? What did you think of Slumdoge's interview? So we were trying to. So to kind of keep you apprised of where we were at in the conversation, I was trying to figure out. My question was just kind of out of curiosity. So did he take $40, meaning Slumdoge Millionaire, take $40 and turn it into $1 million? And the answer to that is no. But some of that $40 was certainly a major investment. Apparently, what he did was buy Doge at 1 cent, is what he said. And then it has an all-time high at 76 cents. We were wondering, has he sold? We aren't really sure. I mean, no one asked him that question. But let's just say he sold at the all-time high of 76 cents. Then what would that mean for his return? Well, he has a 76x, but that still doesn't get him to $1 million unless he eventually turned that $40 into something like $13,000 of investment. It just didn't work out. So Jacob brought up the.
Yeah, but didn't he say that he got a pretty amount in the first round and then jumped in again with a big amount? Yeah.
Exactly. So there's other.
Meme coin for a while.
Exactly. So there are other parts that he reinvested. He had his mom invest. And also, we didn't know what he meant by millionaire, as in USD millionaire or Doge millionaire. We're in the assumption that it was USD millionaire, at least I was, but he could mean just Doge millionaire, which is something too.
Is it? Yeah.
So I thought it was a really good interview, though. Bam, did you have a chance to come to trivia last night?
I was busy. I took a peek in it next and I was busy and I let you see.
Very well. We had.
That was a great time on trip. That was fun.
Excellent. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought Between Two Sprotos was good, and I think that Slumdoge Millionaire has a really interesting story. Now, what was this? He has a movie? Well, he said multiple times in that interview, right at the beginning, he said something about he had a movie, and then to ask him, and they were like, we're going to ask you about that later. So, of course, there's the movie that was Slumdog Millionaire, which is a play on his name, but it's going to be hard, I think, to find. I mean, it shouldn't be. It's a movie, but I don't know what it's called. That's the thing. But did anyone else hear him say that there's a movie that came out about him?
I'm trying to Google it, but every time.
Slumdog Millionaire comes out, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, Slumdoge Millionaire. I've been waiting 2 years for this moment. Please celebrate Dogecoin hitting 20 cents with me today. Oh yeah, it is. The Dogecoin documentary is officially out. Okay, so it's.
Bitcoin all started out by being a joke for Elon Musk.
It didn't start out that way, but he jumped in on it. So I can find it. It's like $9 to buy or $6 to rent, but I paid $0 if I can find it. All right, so this is Dogecoin documentary. Just 1 moment. Let me see what I can do.
YouTube, Amazon. Yep. Over. Am I saying his name correctly?
I believe the name of the documentary is "This Is Not Financial Advice."
Yeah.
So just 1 moment. Let's see if we can find it. We're going to track him down and find out who he is or what this is. Came out last year.
Yeah. Yeah, another Doge documentary.
Well, you guys have a great evening. I gotta get going, make some dinner, walk my dog, do some stuff.
All right.
I'll be back out later. Hey guys.
Take care.
Yes, sir. Wait, stop sorry.
So as you see, I'm looking for it. It's not, it's like still in that realm of being streamed. So it's not super easy to find. It's pretty new is what I'm saying. GB, how you living, baby?
Pretty good. Fresh weed. Rolling one up.
That's a great feeling.
It's literally 4:20 p.m. Oh.
Dog.
Bye-bye.
I'm kicking ass, taking names. We're trying to find. Oh, dude, did I find it? No way. This has just got to be the trailer or something. There's no way this is right. This is gonna be fake. No, we're watching this documentary on Dogecoin on Slumdoge Millionaire. I can't believe this is the real thing. I always put something like this on, or not always, but then like you get a minute into it and it turns out not to be a real movie.
Yeah, or just stops loading or something.
Right, exactly. It makes you, oh dude, that's him. Or it looks like it. That looks like that guy who was in the VC just now. Or the Telegram, the Twitter space. Alright, so here's the thing. What up, Snoo, you little slut? We've been waiting for you. Snoo, if I could. Oh, look at that. He just ran away a little bit. Okay, that's cool.
He's fine.
Snoo, we missed you. How you doing, baby?
What up?
Hey, dog. Were you in the Twitter space just now, yo?
I'm alright, huh?
Were you just in the Twitter space, baby?
No.
Why the fuck
I was in
not?
it for a minute, but then I was out running an errand and lost connection.
Okay. All right. Cool, dog. All right. Here's the thing. We're gonna try to watch this, or you're gonna help me at least try to, what is the word? Troubleshoot it? Okay. So if you weren't aware, I'm going to share my screen and I am. I'm going to undo it and then redo it and then try to share the sound. The issue is not the video, surprisingly. Usually it's the sound for me. I don't know if it's because of this microphone that I have, but okay, also share system audio. Cool, that's what we wanted to do. So we're gonna come over here, we're gonna share the screen. You're gonna see the screen in a second. When you do, I would appreciate it if you can make me aware. Actually, I might have to have this account come back. All right, let's try this again. Video chat. Where am I? No, sorry, just join. All right, here we go. Entire screen, share, and can you hear it?
I think I heard the door creak so much noise right now. I think I heard the door creak so much noise right now. I bought these thinking that
He's talking now.
that I'm going to want to name. Oh, I can hear it.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's the issue. Yeah. Thank you. That's the issue into which I run. Now watch when I turn on the sound. You're gonna hate me. Okay, so it should sound okay, and then it's just gonna go crazy. Hold on. Maybe it'll work if I mute everything. Okay, so I have to adjust. I have to adjust it. Okay. So can you hear it better now?
Kind of like just transport to a moment in time. So you're thinking like, okay, I hate where I'm at right now. Yeah, I hate that I
GB, can you hear it? GB, can you hear it? GB. GB, can you hear it? Yo, dog, can anyone hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Dog, can you hear me? Dog, can you hear me? Yo, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can hear me now. Can you hear the movie? Okay, thank you. Can you hear the documentary now? You can't hear it. Interesting. Okay. Just a moment. How about now? Can you hear it now? No way. That's incredible. All right. I'm gonna try it with a different. I'm gonna try it with a different browser. Get ready for me to blow your fucking socks off. Dog, I made the mistake. I was looking for this link. What is this link? It was like this movie. This is not financial advice. Okay, we got it. GB, have you heard from Squirrely recently?
I can get a message to Squirrel.
Right, I know. He just hasn't been in the thing.
Yeah, he's been around though.
That's good.
Yeah, he's been around. I think he's making all the plans.
Yeah.
Got a little bag over there still.
Yeah.
Well, goes well for yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing some work over there for him.
Oh yeah, making memes or chilling or.
Yeah, making memes, helping out the TG and with the NFT launch.
Nice. That's good. They're giving you a little for that or do it for free.
Yeah.
That's good. I it'll take off like the real asshole run once Bang has a chance to get involved in your it's pretty like post over here. It's not more. Like that honey badger beam is pretty big with the normies.
Yeah, I think it'll do okay.
Like I hear it at like dinner table. Honey badger do okay. People will know that shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just fade it all, perhaps. I don't have any money. So.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks for me too. Is because I'm making a little bit of money, but I'm still like not making money that I can like turn into anything really. So I'm like kind of just helping out, but I'm like, I really want one of these fucking honey bastards, bro, but I know I don't have the gas to mint it. There's no fucking way. Like $70 or something probably, like, or 40 or at least, right, for gas. I mean, it's been expensive.
Yeah, maybe after your nickname, you maybe forgot.
Yeah. No, I don't know, things have a way of working out. I don't stress shit like that too much. If I'm meant to get one, I'll get one, But yeah, I'm getting FOMO on them, man. I'm like watching them, and like these little fucking things. I don't know why, but I like them. There's one with a Pope hat that someone else want to wear. I want a fucking Pope hat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Calling it.
There's free mint for Sorotos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 500.
What is the breakdown? Like 1 mint per honey badger holder, or do you need like a few?
So we got like 500 set for Sorotos, and I think we're gonna allow two honey bastards per Soroto. Or probably per wallet the whole Soroto. And then there's going to be 500
three public mints.
Oh wow.
And then that's where most of the people like that hold the COPA and stuff are gonna get damaged.
They don't get a free
They didn't.
COPA?
No, we didn't allocate that for whatever the fuck reason. I don't know.
That's good. Understand everything.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know what all that about here. I don't fucking know. I don't know, honestly. I came in at the end of that whole like conversation. Everyone was all wanting it to end, so I didn't dig back into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's 500 public mints. I assume something's probably gonna be done about that.
Yeah, like, what's the point of having OPA like pro picture if you're not like
Right, well that was my thing, is I'm like, we should probably make sure HOPA holders get it. They're the most likely to wear the fucking honey bastard profile. Like, get it. You need people to wear it.
Yeah.
That's what Sprotos aren't gonna wear it. I mean, giving it to Sprotos is cool. But Sprotos aren't gonna like fucking change their profile picture.
No. Definitely not. They're showing pictures or whatever. It's like that's the whole thing I see with like profile picture, like token project. It's supposed to represent your part of the community kind of thing. So like it makes sense to just give them 10 like photos or whatever. Like,
yeah, I think the idea. I think there was just so much like. I think there's so much belief that it's just not like gonna be a day one mental. Right? That even like that these 500 public mints aren't even gonna be claimed. But I don't know about banking on those ideas, bro. It's possible it could sell out 5 fucking minutes. I've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it many times last year.
And we're trying to get Yannick to do a space for it, and if that's the case, it's possible to get, you know. I was in the Sproto ladies, and I think sold out fucking under a minute.
That was crazy. I was like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, that was weird.
That was like crazy.
But I never made on that. Okay, but that was actually first. And I was able to watch it actually go up. And I loved it. I loved it. First and only.
Right.
Finding these we're kind of
that's good. You gotta win. I love the
Just so it's one minute first photo.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I did. I expected some sort of pullback.
I don't think those mental is. I don't think they're gonna net out. The Sproto ones. Maybe.
Not, but there are a lot of people that they agree and they go, okay.
Yeah, I think more like expansion.
Yeah. 219K mark. I'm not getting into it, but
I still gotta create my shadow maybe.
So this is the two volume is crazy. And it's not really a high supply.
Yeah, hopefully it does.
Okay.
The reason I claimed it.
I haven't even claimed it yet. I gave up on all that, bro. I was like, I'm done with that fucking Sproto.
Okay. So just already clicked back to social media, which is quite nice.
The review is
So Crypto American follows this, so that's cool.
I can't believe it. It's been like a month and a week.
So I mean, what happened to Sproto ladies? Now nothing. It just dead in the water.
That's a lot. I'm kind of like that.
Yeah, have nothing to do with Sproto really or Bitcoin at all. Like an entirely new thing.
You guys launched 10 hours
I
ago?
don't know.
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm just
That's
like,
what I did.
I might have to get some of this.
who knows? Maybe my
This is so hot.
Sproto lady will sell or something.
That might send though. I don't know, I kind of like.
Yeah, I think NFT's still weird. The breadth is like, they're part about
But then again, I sold all the ones. I kept the one I liked.
like, yeah, I had 6 Sproto ladies because they're 6 Sprotos. And so two just before, no, after the NAFTA. But I don't know if they still got counted or not for the chaos of this all. So I had 4 left. Just chilling there. It was just chilling there. I would easily sell them. No problem. The 2 I sold, I took as a win. We finally, the NFT win, because yeah, I've never so many times in 2023, early 2023, late 22. But I was learning about the end, so that's what happened. But yeah, I'll probably pick up on it. I actually I believe in Death Star. A couple missed that last year, but like not a bad day. And making art, actually putting out an art project is like that's kind of sick. The guy actually does draw like crazy now. So I can see if Kato or one of them picking it up and shelling it for him if one of those art big accounts.
Our chick said she was in a mint. So she might.
Yeah, she might or whatever, just comment or whatever.
I bet it might people try so long.
To make that a known thing, but it's almost too late for that. Like, I guess it's not 2 days. You can do a snapshot tomorrow or whatever, but like making known holders get 2 free minutes, like that pumps everything. I mean, like it would make the people anticipating the launch number of them go up, and then people that are just only go up for that reason. And maybe if it's just that reason they cheated, whatever. But it's volume on that. The project is good.
Yeah, I don't understand the argument for against it. I like I said, it wasn't fair, so I don't know. I think it was. I don't know. If it was me, I would. But I don't know if like that. They're worried about him going on floor or what.
Yeah, probably that. Sproto's getting big because I saw them selling for 0.01, 0.02. Like, they didn't start like people just dumping them right away. They got 10 after.
Kind of I might just go in there and argue that, be like, bro, let's think about it logically. It's going to be Mr. Brodos that probably dump them. Get the.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, well, I shouldn't say that because I'm not trying to imply Mr. Brodos your feet. But if their profile pictures, their NFT.
Yeah.
You want to try to at least get them in the hands of someone that's going to wear it.
That's it. Totally. Yeah, they send it for more free for wallet holders or whatever. It just makes sense.
The more people that wear them, the better.
Yeah. And like, because they're like, just like Sprotos, like they're true. If you are a true believer and chiller, like you have 8, you're gonna sit on those 8 until they're worth it. You know, like you're gonna sit on them, like because you're invested. Like you're
Exactly. If you believe in it. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm gonna get however many I can. I'm gonna hold on to them because I think they're fucking cool. I like them. I think they're cute. With a little retarded gremlin. Never mind. There was a picture back did of all of them like in a movie theater, and it just reminded me of that scene from the Gremlins where they're all in that theater. Yeah. So ever since I saw that picture, I've grown a little fondness for them. And then I saw the Pope hat, and I was like, I gotta get that guy. Yeah.
It was nice tuning in to the Telegram. I gotta go check out my dinner. Party after try it.
Sounds good, brother. Yeah, catch you around.
Take care, Pam.
Later.
Later, legends.
All right, Sludge. I need your help. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Just like that.
Can you hear me now better? I bet you can't hear me at all. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, clear, no slap back.
Excellent. I downloaded a different program. So we want to watch this fucking documentary. And it's called This Is Not Financial Advice.
Cool. I think I wrote.
I did. I think I wrote. I wrote or you wrote. Somebody wrote.
We all wrote.
I think it was a Telegram thing. And that sometimes happens. All right. So the big thing is I want you to be able to hear this song.
Yeah, we can.
All right. So it's working better than it was, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I can hear like fire shit.
So we have like a real studio now.
It's actually a way cleaner video export.
Okay.
Than,
So I'm using
whatever else you're using.
I'm using a native software application. Thank you so much for
Oh, yeah,
feedback,
it's a
Julie.
little choppy, but it's pretty good.
Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, the sound is good. If I watch it live screen, I don't know what my phone is, but it's pretty smooth.
Excellent.
Thinking that everything is signature, that I'm gonna want to name it.
Oh, that's tight.
Clear.
So I'll put the walk the basement.
Yeah, perfectly clear.
Kind of like just transfers you to like a moment in time.
Yeah, the stream is great.
I agree. This is cool. This opens up a whole new opportunity.
Yeah, it's better than when even when Bong Riggs is
Oh wow.
stream Harry Potter with guns. Those always get choppier.
Oh, that thing looks heavy as fuck.
Investment strategies. I just don't understand why this guy matters.
Oh, he's got a nice story.
I suppose the documentary will explain it, but
Yeah. It's a good point.
ways they're carrying out no clue about.
Absolutely eye-watering. No one's going to be that when they see it first.
Yeah, with a 3.9% increase in last 24 hours on Bitcoin.
It's like free money. It's never happened before, but it's happening right now. We have two people finding before we even watch it. They are the future executives to be able to play like $1,000 a year.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to my brand new channel, The Dogecoin Millionaire, where I plan on becoming a millionaire by buying and holding Dogecoin. So yesterday was February 5th, 2021, and it was the day that I literally took everything out of my bank account, sold all my stocks, I maxed out 2 credit cards and took out cash advances and threw it all into Dogecoin.
Oh, so this guy spent $180,000. So he only had like a 5x. Okay.
Yeah, like I realized today in his face is like he had money. Like, I thought he was like the classic story, like oh, you have $100 turns into a billion. Nah. Look at this. What just happened?
I just crossed over $1 million on Dogecoin. Look at that.
I used to.
I would say that it's like not we might be in it's not like we know that. It seems like there's a bunch of people, specifically. It looks like the production companies of Legion Optimus and Mr. Wizard production.
What up, dude? What up, Steph?
We're watching Slumdog's Millionaire documentary. Slumdog's Millionaire documentary. What up, dumb star? You little slut. I'm so happy you're here. You're a fabulous container of garbage.
Are we talking over the documentary? Wait, listen. Be quiet.
Whatever you want to do, baby.
You're on mute, buddy.
I don't know how to keep you right.
Alright, I'm gonna shut up.
I do want to talk to you.
Wait, we don't talk about it a little bit here. Anyway, Sparta's got 3 minutes on Friday. There's only 500 and two minutes per Sparta. So there's how much holder count is like over 1,000 Sparta holders. Right, don't expect that many Spartas to participate. And then that's 3 minutes as well. Just for whoever. No. One of my partners were like, no. Well, they holders get lumped into a free. So, altogether, it's 4,444. The kind of derivative of the Bitcoin public in the style. And we made more traits in each category than they did. We had less than access amount. Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah. Light them up. Light them up. Get more in. Because, like, there's a guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna, well, nobody does anything in the Hoover community. There's like 3 people and stuff. Like, just, I'm gonna make sure I acquire a bunch more to get up to the Hoover guys. So,
Yeah. I don't know if I asked for it. I'll get you one.
yeah, we're gonna special trait this new. They've got a real pack.
Yeah, it's like.
So there's only stuff in this thing. The only person who knows the border is old man.
Thanks, baby. I appreciate it.
Oh, I think I asked you guys come out, but
Well, what we did was like, clear as fuck. Like little frogs, and they lines up and games and shit. Yeah, so in my mind, in comparison to the, I was like the difference between Nintendo family system to the Super Nintendo. So they're a little bit more quality. Oh yeah. I don't know.
So many people here, like I know they've seen they know your style.
I'm gonna hit him up on Twitter.
Yeah. Stay back. It's easy to argue.
It was at the Miami party, but I don't remember seeing them.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to it, but I fell asleep. Well, yeah, I was standing in the wrong circle. I thought I was standing in the Coke circle, but it was the beat circle, and I was asleep.
What's up, Zoot, you little slut? Zoot, you little slut, how are you?
Hey, I'm rooting to the fucking movie. No? Nothing?
Zoot is not a dead. Zoot, do you hear us?
Hey, what's this? You know? It's like a, is that a platypus? Platypus wearing a trash bag. That's kind of cool. If it was on that trade, trash bag.
That's one of the things to do. Design it. Yes.
Who likes them?
Snoop.
Oh, Snoop, yeah.
Snoop.
Snoop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. What the fuck's going on, Zoot? Too cool for that shit.
I don't know. You should sing it to me. I'm just doing this. I already have a dumpster.
Jane Jason.
No, wait, what's going on? They make the community cool. Racial days within kids.
I don't think so. There was a really weird that's a great
Because it's want one chain. I don't bridge around. I don't know. It's too complicated having other chains for my brain. No, I'm not gonna lie. I go into Solana TGs just because all my friends are now on Solana. I think when they're flood this shit to the client and then get people out. I don't know what you're looking for. Exactly. Yeah. You know what's helped me? Actually watching that Patrick's like I'm not all focused. Yes. It's the very last put all my energy here. Energy. And you can build all that. I mean, my time 50-50 between actually I almost got back to the work trying to drop it because it's ready projects and everyone's especially that I really is recognizable enough and I've sat around I have definitely seen a successful project. I don't work out the name better because we got Provo, which is the bearish one. Now we got Lulu, and we got Pepe, and then there's more about I'm saying which is like everything. And then there's a tiny badger on the side that doesn't care about it. We're probably we're moving to the next one after that. I'm looking at I just think, oh, that's it does that. To me, feel like wow. But I think you around it's good. That's Squash. That Squash was a funny thing. So great. Was it a psyop? Like, did the AI on purpose? Yeah. That could be used, dude. Maybe a fucked up brainwash. There's a token Solana, and it was a little point. It was pre-sale, and then we burnt the tokens from the pre-saler. That was the coolest one. So you say that actually was sloths are known for being slow. So it sounds like it could have been a sign-up. You get it? We're not sure. No. I'll go half an acre. Also, that's the worst thing with honey badger. I got people on my chat also be like, you should watch it on soul. You should watch it on base. You should do this. I'm like, no. And I don't know how to do that. So, it'll be great.
Nice. That's today. Yeah.
Insurance coming out. Ron's gonna. Whatever. I know that a lot of them running on one well, and I do it pretty much. Yeah. Look, I don't care what's a party. It's a strategy. It's a strategy. You just keep being. Oh, come on. When did you get in? I think. And you only put $100. Yeah, still doing that. Only like. Oh shit! So like, probably the nose is tells the same small place. It's always good. It's a pretty obvious tells us. I don't understand why you. I mean, 180,000 on meetings or whatever. Go weird. Wait, you like a fucking. I was just relaxed. This way, I had some more mix. Oh, you know what? I fucked up. up, like, I don't keep hold up, but like, after I launched it, somebody's like, honey badger is the mascot for Bitcoin. Like, what? Yeah, so back in the day, BTC was using honey badgers as, they were calling BTC the honey badger of money. I didn't observe it. I don't know. And then it's like Bitcoin MLK in chat. And he's like, hey, you know House Hufflepuff in Harry Potter? Fucking mascots in I had somebody else to play it, but I just managed all those passports here. Passport. But neutral is Bitcoin or slow Harry Potter bonds on 10 years. Yeah. Just the odds is hyper-close.
Right.
Do you have that token with a name?
Sad.
No, it's ticker BOME, BOME. And that's like that one that started, I guess, the pre-sale. Pre-sales. I had no idea.
That. Catch you later. Watch this shit.
What up, Bill? Bill, how are you? Yeah, Bill. Bill, how you doing, man? What's new? How are you? Long time no see. Oh. What up? Can you hear me?
that just make tons of money.
good. And I can monetize my entire life. Listen, guys, I am down bad.
both. Good.
already had to sit here with the
Indonesia women want their family.
Basically, a technology. You know a lot about technology.
How good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting up. Yeah.
Sometimes better and sometimes worse. This curve with them. Are you a robot? But we don't know now. Yes, but got you.
That should be done literally in a matter of days, right? Yeah. Get that. We wouldn't object to that because we are using it.
Yo, Rabbi, what's good?
Well, Jeff, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
That's kind of tough. Are you ready for the mind fight?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Here we go, baby. Give me shit. Oh, what? Joe? Yeah. Great as well. Here we go. Joe.
I gotta go for the I want to be back. I just want to try. Absolutely.
Yeah. I wouldn't need that. Okay. Oh. What'd you do this stuff? Hey, Jan, how you living, baby? What's up, Tim? Yo, dog. We're watching Ray Kurzweil, the grandfather. Ray Kurzweil. You know who Ray Kurzweil is? He's the grandfather of AI. We're watching him on the Joe Rogan Experience live, streaming it all over the world. Very great in a good way. Dan, how you living, baby? JM, how are okay? I hope you're well. Oh, you good? Apollo 13, how are you? It's been raining. No, I mean, it's cleared up today, but it has been. No, that's all. Apollo 13. You were saying you were going to launch a course, correct? Didn't you say you were going to? I would have gone to it if you had said it to me. What is it? Sure. Yo, Doc, did you sign up for March Madness? Yeah. Here's the thing, it has an auto pick function. So it'll pick all the best things. It's through ESPN. You can make $125,000. You also get bragging rights. And it'll make you. Well, all you do is have an auto pick for you. It auto does it for you. It's just like a rapper. The Walt Disney Company. So it's guaranteed. I've already done it. Oh yeah, the Keystone State. Shout out to all my Phillies fans, my Eagles fans, my Steelers fans, my Pirates fans. You got Flyers, you got Penguins, you got Sixers, baby. That's the big four. Paul, what do you think of your DC being open today on that? All right. Doug, I DM'd you, and I also sent you the thing from March Madness. Now listen, you only have a couple hours to still do March Madness. You have to do it soon. But you can win $125,000. But even more important is, if you win, not even if you win, just put your name in there and the name of your lounge, and it's free advertising. You get the screen pass of it every 2 hours. So all you do is click the links that I sent, choose links, you can log into Google, and just the first thing is auto pick or manual pick. You can pick auto pick, and it says auto pick using the best odds, the mascot, the location, whatever you want it to be. So you just pick the best odds, and it says choose a total for the championship. You put in whatever you put in, 160. You put in the total, I don't know. And that's it. You're done. And then for the next 3 weeks, over 100 games are going to be played, and your name is going to be featured on the leaderboard. And people are going to be like, "Who's the Paul 50?" Like, "Oh, he's in the Crypto Degens Lounge. He actually is the founder and owner of that." And like, "Oh, can you send me a link to it?" Like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then they start doing that here. Then you've got more people in the Crypto Degens Lounge who randomly try to send up to. Oh, I'll take the cookies. I'll take that. I'll do everything. No problem. I'll do it for you for free. all you have to, if you win, we got to split. Yeah. Well, now I have to do some more. I don't do more. Well, here's the thing. I already picked out. No, not that, not that. Me signing up. Well, I have to think about it. I'm going to do it. Okay, I think I can do it. Just a moment. I'm going to do it for you. Well, here's the thing. No, no, it's not. Okay. No, let me see that. Jay, do you know what March Madness is? How the fuck don't you know what March Madness is? Are you in the United States? Oh, you live in Canada? Wait. Is Jay in Canada? Jay, what country are you in? Oh, you're in Canada? Apollo, is Jay in Canada? Oh, then there's no way he's going to know what that is. Apologies, Jay. I didn't say that. March Madness is the basketball tournament. You know what that is. That's right. What kind of dog do you have? Oh, what kind of dog do you have? What kind of dog do you have? Oh, yeah. What about? What should happen? Don't state showing it.